It is
Recording in
February 28th,
progress.
2022. And this is the first of two meetings tonight. This is a special town council meeting. Pursuant to Chapter 20 of the Acts of 2021, this meeting is being conducted via remote means. Given that we have a quorum of the council president, I am calling the February 28, 2022 meeting of the town council to order at 5:35. I'm sorry, 5:33. I will call upon each counselor by name. At that time, you should unmute your mic and say present. This will indicate that you can hear us and we can hear you. And we will start with Shalini Balmilne. She is not on. Okay. Pat DeAngelis.
Present.
Anna Devlin Gothier.
Present.
Lynn Griesmer is present. Mandy Johanneke.
Present.
Anika Lopes.
Present.
Michelle Miller.
Present.
Dorothy Pam.
Here.
Pam Rooney.
Present.
Kathy Shane.
Here.
Andy Steinberg.
Present.
Jennifer Taub.
Present.
Alicia Walker.
Present.
There is no chat room. If you have technical issues, please let Athena and me know. To make a comment or ask a question, please use the raised hand function, whether you are in the town room or on Zoom from another location. If need be, and we have technical difficulties, discussion may be suspended. And we will make note of that in the minutes. All right, I'm going to begin just some background about this. This is the first time that the town council has held a specific discussion on the proposed elementary school project. Therefore, this is a special town council meeting called for the purpose of updating the town council on the status and next steps regarding the proposed elementary school building to replace Wildwood and Fort River elementary schools. Based on Charter Section 2.6D3, special town council meetings can be called by the president or a vote of 3 councilors. As stated in Section 2.6DI, regular meetings require public comment. However, this is a special meeting and it does not require public comment, and there will be no public comment. We will have public comment later in the regular town council meeting. However, please note that the town council welcomes comments in many different forms: email, through the website, phone, etc. We want to make sure that you're aware, however, that there are 4 important meetings coming up about the elementary school building. Athena, can you put that slide up? They're shown on the slide, March 4th, 8:30 a.m. That's a school building committee meeting. The elementary school committee will meet on March 8th at 6:30. There will be a public forum about the elementary school building on March 9th at 6:30, and there will be another school building committee meeting on March 11th at 8:30. So as we begin this update, let me just begin a few comments. The town council has a very clearly defined role with regard to the elementary school building project. The town council. Sorry.
Lynn, when you're reading off the paper, don't hold it in front of your camera.
Oh, thank you. Once the project is recommended by the elementary school building committee and approved by the Massachusetts School Building Authority, stating what proportion of the project they will fund, it is the responsibility of the town council to determine how to fund the project. With regard to this specific project, it has been understood for at least 2 years, that determination will include a vote of the town council to place a question on a future ballot asking the voters of Amherst to approve a debt exclusion to fund the town's portion of the elementary school building. It is our hope that the town council has the necessary information to vote to place a debt exclusion question on a future ballot. We hope that we will be able to make that decision by the end of 2022 or the very beginning of 2023. Vote on debt exclusion ballot would then appear in either March or April of 2023. If that vote exceeds 50% in favor, then the town council's next vote is to authorize borrowing to fund the project. Along the way, it is also the responsibility of the town council to determine if we need to, at some point, look at the net zero energy bylaw as it relates to this project. Let me please note that the council has to vote with a 2/3 vote to place it on the ballot. We also have to vote with a 2/3 vote to borrow. However, the public vote only has to be 50% plus one. The town council does not decide on the education and space plan. That is the job of our very able elementary school committee, advised by the superintendent and his staff. The town council does not decide on what is submitted to MSBA. That is the job of the building committee, advised by the owner's project manager and the architectural firm, Danisco, hired by the town. In preparation for this meeting, we have asked town councilors to view the video recording of the most recent school committee meeting, where there was an in-depth discussion of the education plan, led by Superintendent Dr. Mike Morris, with input from Donna Danisco, head of Danisco, the architectural firm, Dr. Faye Brady, Director of Student Services, and Miss Joanne Smith, Student Services Administrator. I recommend viewing this meeting to anyone who wants to better understand our education plan and its relationship to needed space. In addition to the above, Councilor Kathy Shane, as chair of the Elementary School Building Committee, prepared the upcoming slide presentation, drawing upon previous presentations by Danisco and her firm knowledge of the project plan. We will begin with that presentation as an update, and it will be provided by our two counselors that are on the committee. That's Kathy Shane and Alicia Walker. Therefore, we're going to go ahead, show these up on the screen, and Kathy, I'm calling on you.
Thank you, Lynn. And Athena, if you can pull up the slide pack. It's just as I start into this, I want to make sure everyone knows that we want to give full credit to Danisco Design, that many of the charts in this pack came directly from presentations by them. And we have posted as part of this council meeting the whole chart packs on some of these meetings because we're moving at a fairly rapid pace. So we are honored to be able to present this on behalf of the whole committee, and Alicia and I have figured out a way to divide up the presentation. Next slide, please. I have to say next slide each time. I can't advance these, correct? Okay,
Correct.
right. As I've mentioned before, there is a website for the school project, and it's sitting here on top and listing. And we posted some frequently asked and now answered questions, as well as upcoming meetings, and we're posting videos. And one of the things I think that's important is, what are we trying to do here? We're trying to build an excellent elementary school that's good for our kids, it's good for the future, and it abides with a net zero climate change mission. It will consolidate, if we can move all the way through this, 2 schools, Wildwood and Fort River. There's been no decision yet on what the site will be, but it will consolidate them grades kindergarten through 5th grade, because the school committee has already voted to move the 6th grade up to the middle school. So we are an elementary school of K through 5. We are part of MSBA, Massachusetts School Building Authority process, which has a series of modules and steps. And they're a granting authority that will, in this process, determine their share, and we have to abide by that. The next slide, please. This is a really rough sense of what these modules are or phases. We are at that line that says we are here. And that means we're in the feasibility phase, which is a very preliminary design phase where the school committee comes up, as Lynn said, with the education program that directly influences the space, the square footage of the building, what rooms will be in the building. The building committee, working with the designer, then are getting information about the condition of the land, the condition of the buildings, and what kinds of systems might be possible to achieve an all-electric building and renewables to offset the electric costs. All of that goes into MSBA in a preliminary phase without decisions about what the building looks like, where the building is. Is it brand new or is it an ad reno? We're hoping to get that package to the MSBA by the middle of March. Next slide, please. I'm be going through these fairly quickly because Lynn actually gave you the big timeline that we're in this first year of designing options, making decisions, and I'll talk through each of those phases. There have been a lot of workshops leading up to this point, even though we basically started at the beginning of this year. And I've listed some of these. There have been multiple with the faculty of our schools and the staff to talk about aspirations, but not just aspirations. What is the program they're running now? What kind of space does it need? And working with UNESCO. The forum that Lynn mentioned earlier on the 9th will have information about the size of the school. And as of this Friday, the building committee will the first time hear cost estimates. So the public is going to get the big bird's eye view, and I'll talk a little bit about the warning around those cost estimates. Next slide. For this feasibility study, which really has these two parts. First, the part where we go in March with what options are we looking at? What are our alternatives? What are some comparative costs, pluses and minuses without a decision? We move from there, hopefully, to June, when we say this is the preferred choice. This is where the building is going to be, the school is going to be. We're either building new or we're doing an ad reno because the current school can't just be renovated. It's not big enough to house this many children. So and there'll be more cost estimates done along the way, and parts of which will guide that preferred decision are traffic patterns. What can we do with geothermal or with PVs on the two different sites? Will the school be 2 stories, 3 stories tall? All of that will be an initial decision, and that gets submitted to MSBA with a preferred choice, hopefully by June. We need the green light from them to then move to the design of the building. So we're not really designing the building yet. Next slide. I've been talking about 575 kids, a consolidated school, but MSBA, when we first went to them, we said we'd also like to be able to look at just a one school, not combine them. And we went in and we got permission for a 320-person school. When they heard that the school committee had voted to move the 6th grade up, they said, oh no, you move kids around, now you only get a 165-person school. And that's not viable for us to run our education programs, but we have to continue to study it in this initial stage. So that option will be disappearing soon because it's not viable. Every option will have to meet the education needs of our children. It has to be safe. It has to have community access so we can close it off, certain parts of it. Community can get in safely after hours. It has to be designed to worry about traffic flow. The bottom line is it has to have daylight in the classroom, so we don't have to keep the lights on, but daylight's good for kids. And it has to conform with our net zero law. The alternatives then will be looked at. Where are the relative pluses and minuses of going with either a brand new school, an ad reno, or going on the Wildwood site or the Fort River site? And there's been a lot of work by the design team to learn more about both of those places. Next slide. The education program, as Lynn mentioned, is the purview of the school committee. And there is a draft of it in your packet tonight. It talks about what programs are being run in the schools now and what the school policies are. And that's what drives the design. So it's not that we're going to come up with something brand new. We're really building on what we now offer and including restrictions in our current space what space would enable to do better. It's got all of our district-wide programs for the special needs children. They are currently in either Wildwood or Fort River. They will be in this single school. It'll have an English language learner program and our Title I programs. All of that will be in this school. The school committee's meeting on March 8th, Lynn gave you that date, is the vote on the educational program. And that program will also come with a space table, a square footage table for the building. Next slide. Now, I've been working quite closely with Allison McDonald. We're really partners in this school committee and the school building committee. She prepared this slide just to give you a bird's eye view of what's in the educational program and then how it influences the space. And I'm not going to read off the list. What you have in your packet, and you have a little bit of detail here, is exactly how many rooms are being targeted for each of these. But these are the big items in terms of what will be in the building. We're going to have about 30 classrooms worth of K through 5. And the 5 classrooms per grade is the size of the school we need to build. We're running a dual language program in the combined school. All of our special needs programs are in the school. English language learner, the Title I programs, and we have a co-teaching model and an integrated model of teaching that we've been developing that uses a lot of science and technology and integrated with arts. All of that needs to be accommodated in the new school. Next slide. This is a very colorful slide that may be very not so easy to look at, but if you look at from my left-hand side, the big blue space, that's the core academic. This is the share of the space that's in the current draft proposal. It's a revised draft. It came down by about 8,000 square feet from the original draft space. So that core academic has all the regular classrooms in it, the English language learner, the Title I programs. The dark red is the special needs programs, the dedicated space. And then in between is the cafeteria, which will have a stage. It'll be a cafetorium, the art and music program, the gym, the library. And then way over on the tail end is that dark purple, which is a huge space. MSBA allows a 50% markup on the program space for what they call common space. And if you think about what a building has, it has halls, it has bathrooms, it has closets, it has entryways, it has walls, and all of that adds up to the gross up in terms of square footage. Dinesco's been asked a couple times, can you come in something less than that? And she said, we really work hard to stay at or below that. It's not a big allowance when you're building schools like this, because you have to have places for people to walk and move in the building. Next slide. This is the detail that goes with that bar chart. And the font is probably too small to absorb. But what I made an attempt to do in this is take a detailed spreadsheet and say, okay, this square footage, but how many rooms? And it gives you sort of a bird's eye view of what the school committee is looking at. And they had a well over 2-hour meeting, which talked about how many of these spaces can be used together interchangeably. And what the school staff is now looking at is where might they be located? How do you put them near each other? And I'm going to turn this over to Alicia in just a second, but one of the things I want to say is that some of the things that are in here that are quite innovative, and I've had the privilege of being able to go to some of the new schools that have been built, and there's something called class project areas, which are just outside the classroom. They don't have walls, but the teachers can move 2 or 3 kids out to work on a project. In the schools I worked on, they were all being used. It really gave you space for more small group learning. And it was very exciting. The teachers in those buildings said they wish they had more of them. But it's something I saw in 3 different schools as a different way of building. And I think with that, next slide. I'm turning it over to Alicia, and Alicia's going to walk you through some very recent slides that the building committee has been seeing as Danisco starts to say, okay, now that we have, how many classrooms do we have? We're a gym, a library, a cafetorium, a stage. Where do we put them? You know, which things are near each other? This was one diagram they talked about. And Alicia, I'm turning it over to you.
Thank you, Kathy. So just as Kathy was saying, this is one of the initial diagrams that Danisco is using when they think about how to lay out the space. And so we haven't actually gotten to finalizing this yet, but this is just a breakdown so you all can see the modules that they use and sort of the layout for this. So they will eventually be meeting with teachers, staff, community members to decide exactly how to utilize the space, but this is sort of the beginning stages of that. And if you could please go to the next slide, Athena. So the next couple of slides after this are site impact maps. So basically, they were able to do the evaluation of all of the sites and just the information that we received back. And so some of the things that they were looking at in the site impact maps were, is this going to be a new building, ad reno, how many stories, sort of how we will funnel parking, outdoor learning, and then net zero considerations and geothermal pumps and wells and how the sites would be able to support those kinds of things. So Athena, again, if you could please go to the next slide. I'll just very briefly explain what you're looking at here in these slides. This is the Wildwood site. So what you see in the red is all of the space that we would be able to use. If you look very closely, this is the proposed building placement for a 2-story building. It just shows they were looking at considerations for light. So this is a north-south facing building. It will be the best sort of natural light for the school building. As you can see, they had to be a little creative with the parking lot because Wildwood doesn't have 2 access points. So this is a proposed diagram for a 2-story building. And if you see all of the little tiny red dots that are to the left of the parking lot, and then also to the left of the new school building, those would be the geothermal fixtures there. Thank you, Athena. And then if you could again go to the next slide. Again, this is the Wildwood site. This is the impacts of a 3-story building. So again, as you can see, the initial foundation footprint is a little bit smaller because they can build up. Slightly different placement for the geothermal pumps, but a very similar layout here for a 3-story building. And then again, Athena, thank you. If you could go to the next slide. And this would be Wildwood with an ad reno. So this is a little bit different because they keep the existing building sort of, which would be the white shell. So they'd really be knocking out the middle of the building and just using the walls and adding an addition. And here again, it's a little bit different. The geothermal pumps are located in a different place, but these are just all of the possible considerations when we're talking about our options for the Wildwood site. And then if you could move to the next slide, please, Athena. We will talk about the Fort River site. So the Fort River site is a little bit different. As we know, it does have the floodplains here, so it limits a little bit some of this building room that we do have. But again, this is what they would do for the placement of a new building at the Fort River site. This would be a 2-story building. Fort River already has 2 access points for the parking lot, so that didn't change much. And then you can see in the beginning of the parking lot entrance to the left of the building, the geothermal dots there as well. And if you can move to the next slide, please, Athena. And this is the 3-story building at Fort River. So while we are still exploring this option at this time, it's looking like it is unlikely that we would choose a 3-story building at Fort River because of the soil composition and the wetlands there. It may not be able to support a 3-story building, but that's something we're still looking at. So just something I would like you all to keep in mind when looking at this possibility of a 3-story building here at Fort River. And then if you could move to the next slide again, please, Athena. The last slide here is the ad reno for Fort River, which has a similar composition as Wildwood, where they would sort of knock out the middle of the building and create a courtyard and then add additional space on the side there. And this also just has a slightly different setup for the geothermal. So we will be taking a serious look at these and taking all of these things into consideration, but these are all of the impacts that we've received and the information we have gotten from DNISCO from their site evaluations.
If you could just stay on this slide for a second. The other thing, when you get a chance to look at these more closely, especially the Fort River ones, you see the outline of the current building. And you can see it best when you lock it out. One of the things they've determined is that on either Fort River or the Wildwood site, there is enough space if we go for an all-new building to build it while the other building is occupied, so we don't have to close down the school. And if we go ad reno, we have to think of the children in the school, so it takes longer to do it because we have to do it over several months. So this will all be part of what we're looking at as we look at the length of time for construction, the construction costs. The school I visited in Lexington, which is a net zero school, the Maria Hastings School, they pointed out that they were able to build that school 8 feet away from the existing school. And the parking lot I was standing on is where the existing school used to be. And, there was no remnant of it, but so they have had the experience of both consolidating schools, building a bigger school, and be in places where we don't have swing space, where we can't just move our children to someplace while the school is being built. Next slide. So one of the big questions we have been asked regularly over the last few weeks is, how much is this going to cost? We'll get some preliminary numbers on Friday. The school building committee will, and hopefully we'll get them a day or two before, because we'll post them. And the warning on these is they are really preliminary, and they're doing their best to give us comparative costs. So length of time for ad reno versus a new building. What, with given soil conditions, what's geothermal look like on one site versus another site. So trying to give us something that down the road we can go to that one choice that we want. And the other, there's a whole list of big question marks. The markets right now, because of COVID, have gone crazy with building costs. So we will actually be going out to bid if we continue on our timeline in 2023 or late 2023, which is good. We would not want to go out right now to try to do this. We don't know what interest rates are going to be. The net zero bylaw, we have a couple of different ways of going. We don't have to go with geothermal. It's more expensive at the beginning, but saves us on operating costs, and it's easier. Its maintenance costs are better. So these are uncertainties. We don't know exactly what MSBA's share will be of the total cost. So when we say, what is Amherst's share, we won't get that until we have solid cost estimates and MSBA tells us what their share is. And that would be toward the end of this year if we're at that schematic design, because we won't be able to bring it to the council for a vote to put it on a ballot until we have a not to exceed number. And so that's lots of question marks on that. Next slide. And I think this is our last slide. Lynn already basically gave you these dates. So just to quickly summarize, we're hoping to get this preliminary design document, which doesn't make decisions, just lays out the choices we're assessing and the education plan and the basic size, square footage of the building that can still vary. We're not locked into this once it gets reviewed by MSBA and DESE. Then we're hoping by June to decide on the preferred option. that will trigger us going into the schematic design, which really says, where is the cafeteria? Where is the hallway? Where is the entryway? And during those phases, there's a lot of community involvement. There's work even with kids on moving blocks around to say, where would you prefer this? Some towns have said, we want the library at the entry. Others have said, no, what do you want to be when you first come in? Then if we get through that phase, MSBA will determine their share, and that's when it comes back to the council. So that's when Lynn said, end of this year, early next year. If that goes through and the voters approve it, we hope to have a school opening in the fall or spring, latest in the fall of 2026. So that looks like a long timeline, but it takes a while to build a building. And each of those points have to be met before we hit 2026. And I think that's it, Lynn, because you already talked about roles, which is the next slide. And
Yes, but you might go ahead and show them.
we can open it up, I think. Lynn basically went through these on the school committee has a role, building committee has a role, and the council has a role. And I would say we're in collaborative roles here because this is not going to be the first time you get updates, and all the materials are being posted. So as we go into more community forums, there will be plenty of time as individuals to interact as well. I'm not going to say much off of this slide, Lynn, so I am ready to go to discussion, questions.
So I think we should start with questions. Please raise your hand, counselors, if you have any. Dorothy. Push the
The
button
first
on-
picture that Alicia showed is, I now am realizing, I think, is not a diagram. It's just a picture list, right? Because the way it's laid out there, there's no light. This is not a plan, right?
That's
Yeah,
correct.
Okay.
we're not, as Nidisco has said, we haven't designed the building yet.
Right,
So
right.
they need to figure out where it could go on the land. And now we're at that first picture
Mhm.
that Alicia showed you where they were starting to say, where would the entryway be? If the entryway's here, the complicated one, where would the classrooms be? That's what we're going to be doing over the next several months as you have to decide whether it's a 2-story or 3-story building before you can say, where do
Mhm.
things go inside it?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
With Pam.
Thanks. Yeah, I was just curious why the MSBA share of the project comes so late in the process. That somehow there needs to be all this reconciliation all the way along with what will they cover, what will we cover? I'm just curious, maybe you can explain that. Thanks.
Kathy, do you want to go for that?
Sure.
Or shall I?
So the square footage and the classrooms space, that goes through a vetting by MSBA along with DESE, which is the elementary and school secondary, and they particularly weigh in on special needs spaces. So all of those spaces would be approved spaces by MSBA. So we wouldn't be asking, Danisco gave an example of one town that wanted an extra large gym. And they actually want an extra large gym to put some pickleball courts in for adults. And MSB said, fine, but the extra space is on your dime. So we would be going for approved MSBA space. They have a series of other screens they put on it, Pam. So including, they don't pay for photovoltaic panels. They're promoting net zero schools. They're giving examples, but that's not one of their eligible costs. They cap the site preparation costs. So part of geothermal might be covered, but the cap is 8% of the total construction costs. So if you have a lot of site preparation work, the rest of it is outside of what they will pay for. And they have a cap on cost per square footage, which has not, unfortunately, kept up with inflation. So that all means they give us we'll pay up to this percent, but the actual percent they pay, we won't know until we get these pieces on the works. So uncertain is an understatement.
Pam, do you have a follow-up question? Okay. Are there other questions from the council? Mindy Jo?
I don't know whether this falls, I didn't know whether you were going to go to comments
I will.
after questions, so I
Please
didn't
go
know when
ahead.
to put my hand up. I want to thank, I had a lot of concerns about the space summary and the space size, and as it goes to costs. But I want to thank the school committee for alleviating some of those concerns due to all of their work at the last school committee meeting. So I'm focused on costs. And so a lot of my questions relate not necessarily to the project itself per se. But one of my questions is a three-story building cheaper to build than a two-story building? So should we only be looking at three-story buildings? Another one is what should we be looking at modifying the net zero, the zero energy bylaw to allow us a little more leeway depending on costs? Do we have that leeway already in the bylaw, or do we need modifications to that bylaw, and do we need to be working on them now? Similarly, what about our demolition delay bylaw? We've got schools that are 50 years old, and what about our percent for art bylaw? I believe that one was written so that we could waive that if we deem it necessary. And all of these questions don't necessarily say I'm in support of waiving, but I feel like that's where we need to be focusing our energy as a council right now, is figuring out what we need to do now to give us all of the options we might need to bring this project in at a cost that we are confident that the public will support by 50% plus one at the ballot box, and that this council will support at 9 votes. And those are just some of them. I don't want to go into them all. I believe I sent Lynn them, and hopefully she'll move them on. But I think that's where we need to be focusing our energy. What do we need to do now? How soon do some of those need done? Because it sounds like by the end of this year, there is a not to exceed cost. Do we have to have already voted some of those potentials before then?
Okay. And Mandy Jo, we will be forwarding those questions. So Kathy, do you want to take the first one?
Yeah, I can actually respond to a couple of them. 2-story versus 3-story, that's part of which we're going to be assessing, Mandy. And you're right that going up an extra floor, it saves money because the foundation costs are very expensive. So going up and the envelope is tighter. And so that will be, when we're looking at that option, it may also drive us to one site versus another in terms of, Alicia mentioned the soil composition. So that will be part of a decision-making process. And we would welcome anyone coming in to ask tough questions, but I'm hoping the designers and the estimates will give us some guidance on that. The net zero bylaw does put some restriction on what we can do, even if we want to make it, all electric, we're moving off fossil, that's a given. There's some restrictions on what we have to own ourselves versus we can enter purchasing agreements. So I think we might want to, at a subcommittee level, raise questions and bring them back to the council, because we wouldn't be able to change the bylaw, and the design team would need to know whether they have any leeway. And that needs to be, those kinds of decisions would need to be made as they go in the preferred design phase, because they need to know whether, for the cost estimating purposes, and they've worked in different ways with different towns.
Let me just mention on the net zero, there is a net zero subcommittee of the building committee. And that's the group that, along with the NISCO, would be looking at some of the issues that might relate to the net zero bylaw.
And we will be meeting at least once in the month of March, and I'll let everyone know. We posted the charts that they presented, and one of the big questions we'll have is, can we afford the upfront costs of geothermal? And if we can't, there are alternative systems. If you do the alternative systems, you need more PV panels to offset the electrical costs. So there's these pluses and minuses on it. And we're going to be getting some cost estimates on telling you about those decisions, and then life cycle cost estimates. So it's not like this says, yes, this, yes, that. There's a on the one hand, on the other hand. So, but any change in the bylaw that we might need for flexibility would have to come out of the council, because there aren't really, there's a little bit of wiggle room in the bylaw with an ad reno, but it's not enough to make a difference. Demolition delay, similarly, I would dread in the middle of all of this that someone to decide that these buildings are worth delaying. So if we could expedite a decision that we're not attached to them, because that would throw the whole construction cycle off. And that's not in the control of the building committee at all. That's out in the council's jurisdiction and planning staff.
And that demolition delay bylaw is on our future agenda items, but we have not placed a date on it yet, but we need to. Okay. Kathy, the percent for art, you are correct. There is a total decision that we can decide not to apply it to this building. Okay. Let me go on to Jennifer Taub, who has not asked any questions yet.
Thank you. I had someone, I guess I had seen what the space kind of square foot per student had been when we were looking at the school project back when it came before town meeting, I guess in 2016. And since there's, so much correlation between what the ultimate cost would be and the size of the building, I just wanted to ask, because I didn't know if this was maybe the MSBA had sort of changed their scope of or square footage per student, but it seemed in 2016 we were looking at 164 square feet per student, and that this time it was being talked about in terms of 198 square feet per student, and then I think they scaled that back when they reduced the size of the building by around 8,000 feet as of the last school committee meeting to 184 square feet. But I was just wondering what would kind of account for that difference.
Kathy?
It's a great question, Jennifer. So probing through these numbers, and Allison McDonald is actually going to write some of this up. A couple major differences is the other school was for grades 2 through 6, 2nd through 6, and it didn't have Title I space in it at all. It was assumed that would be at Crocker because the younger children, it's not that the older children don't use it at all, but the younger children are heavy users, and that's a piece of the space. And because it didn't have kindergarten classrooms have more space. Under MSBA guidelines, they have to have bathrooms inside the classroom, 2 bathrooms inside the classroom. And so those are a difference as well. And we have more children with special needs now than we had 5 or 6 years ago. So some of the space need is the extra services, the companion services that are being provided for the 3 district programs we have. So that tracks. So the other thing about space that I've noticed when you go out to the scale of the school, you can't just scale backwards from X to Y because the cafeteria still needs to be a certain size. The gym still needs to be a certain size. The library is still a certain size. Administrative offices. So the things that fluctuate are some of the other classroom sizes. And when you adjust those, we're in the range of other elementary schools that are K through 5 with special needs programs. We're in that range. I'm not saying we're exactly in any particular place, particularly with the change that the alternative that was come up with 8,000 square feet less. Danisco's been poring over these because one of the comparison schools is the school I visited. And what Donna pointed out to me, they have only one district-wide special needs program in it. They have an autism program. They don't have the other programs that we have. So they have a big English language learner program, but they don't have some of the others. So it is this, the children and the programs we're offering in the Amherst school are part of the reason we got the space where it is.
Dorothy?
I have some questions that my years of teaching in elementary school and in middle school. And I am thinking there's not enough space. First of all, there should be more gym space, and gym once a week, I think, is truthfully ridiculous. I used to think if we could have recreation breaks every hour, that some students would actually learn better. They need to get up and move. We also know that with air, due to COVID, which we seem to think we're going to be living with forever, the thought of one art room that is really utilized, which means every single period a new group of students goes in, unless you have a super massive air plenishing system, that room is going to, I will know exactly how it will smell, and it'll be stale, and it won't be safe. So I'm worried about that. I think we need space. I totally agree with the comments from the teachers about storage space for art projects, science projects, tech projects. We never had enough, ever. But I also have to say there's something to think about with the third floor. You have handicapped children. That means you have to have an elevator for students who are, for teachers transporting equipment, and for students with special needs. And the fire drill requirement is totally bizarre. When you get to 3 stories, it's you have to open the windows and you have to lower the chairs outside. They're not to exit from inside. They're very, very difficult and challenging. So I think that we need space. The students need space. They need air. And yes, this is going to be expensive, but we have seen what happens when you don't have enough space, when you don't have enough air. You end up closing a school. And we don't want to do that. We want to have a space that we can give the children what they need and can deal with the vicissitudes of modern life. So, or space.
Okay. Mandy Jo, come back to you.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to, I was going to point out some of the same things that Dorothy did about gym. It's one of the concerns I had of the new space summary was the smaller gym. And one thing I'd like to know, and I don't know whether Paul knows this, whether our recreation department or other departments, since that's part of our community space and community uses, whether we should be seeking a larger gym, the 6,000 square foot gym that MSBA has, art rooms or cafeteria that's larger or something like that to make those spaces more useful for the community uses that we do expect this school to use. I also wanted to address Jennifer Taub's question about square footage. We have to remember that that prior project that had 164 square feet per student was a dual school, meaning it had 2 sets of schools in it, but only 1 gym for both schools and only 1 cafeteria and 1 kitchen for both schools. And so if we were going to populate 2 schools at half of that, there would be 2 gyms, there would be 2 cafeterias, there would be 2 kitchens, and double the amount of administrative. So that 164 number, because of the fact that it was a dual school and was able to only build 1 of some of those items, was lower than probably it would have been if it was not that type of school.
Thank you. Paul, do you want to address the recreation space issue? I did bring this up with you the other day.
Yeah, thank you. So the town does have access to multiple gyms at the middle school and the high school already. I think, and all things being equal, if we had a full-size gym, that would be awesome. But a middle school gym isn't a bad thing to have. A lot of people prefer a smaller gym for playing basketball, for instance. It's not as flexible because you can have, the more space you have, the more flexibility you have. But in terms of utilizing the space, a middle school sized gym is perfectly adequate as well.
I'm going to go to Alicia and then come back to Pam. Alicia?
Oh, I just wanted to make a comment, not answer anyone's question. So I don't know if you wanted to just go in the regular order.
Oh.
That's okay.
Okay, then I'll go to Pam Rooney.
Thanks. I actually also had a similar comment about gyms and cafeterias and the fact that it appears that a building this size and a community that size will need a large gym for presentations. They won't all occur in the cafeteria. They're just generally speaking, when I look through the space allocations, I have for almost 20 years spent time going through this exact process, which is to weigh the functions with the spaces that are needed. And I think the communal spaces, the gyms, the cafeterias, et cetera, are really critical, and the music rooms, because music is therapy for everyone, that those are the kinds of spaces that are community shared and serve every single kid in the building. I think it's important to really look closely at the timing and the use. I will go through that, the 2-hour meeting and the line by line. But in today's day and age, we don't need big offices. We can have small offices with breakout rooms that can be scheduled. And I think generally speaking, the administrative space seemed to be a little larger than it probably needs to be in general. So I just would ask the committee to look very, very carefully at that kind of weighing the actual need with the actual functions, and recognize that we will get a great building. And I don't believe that we will be sacrificing quality just because it's a smaller building. Thanks.
Okay, so it's 6:24. We scheduled this meeting for 1 hour. And so I'm going to go to Alicia and Kathy for some final comments. Michelle, you have your hand up though. Go ahead.
Sorry about that one. I wanted to just share 2 observations that I had after watching the meeting that's been referenced. First, I thought it was interesting that the new building, if it's to be one building, will reduce the elementary square footage by 60,000 square feet, which was a quarter of the current elementary square footage with the 3 schools. So that was an observation that I thought was interesting. And I also thought it was interesting that this is being designed for 50 years into the future. And, 50 years is a lot of years and a lot of changes are going to occur in that time span. So that was a second observation I made that has me thinking about this. And then I just have a question about funding and whether there's anything that precludes the town from receiving grants or gifts from outside organizations to fund the project, other than the one that's already in play.
Paul, do you want to talk about the last comment?
Yeah, there's nothing that precludes the town from receiving gifts of any sort or grants for this project. We will be seeking them, in fact.
Okay. Are there any other counselors? Sean Mangano, you had your hand up. Was there something you wanted to say?
Yeah, the only thing I'll add is with grants and gifts and donations, we do have to work with the MSBA, and sometimes, depending on what it is, and that the MSBA may take a percentage or deduct that from their reimbursement. So things like rebates, like Paul was saying, we're going to be pursuing rebates for this project for all the energy efficient systems we put in. Though that type of funding is exempt, but there are some types of donations and gifts, depending on how they come to the project, that we have to be careful that doesn't reduce our reimbursement from the MSBA.
So in other words, give to solar. Alicia and Kathy. Alicia, some final comments?
Yeah, thank you. So I first wanted to thank Danisco, because they've been really great throughout this process, and also the school committee for going back through the space summary, because I had suggested that we all do that. And so they quite literally took that suggestion and they made edits. And so I just wanted to voice my appreciation for that. And then I also just wanted to share and clarify, because I think that I sort of raised an alarm here, and I'm not sure that my main concern is still being reached. So my concern is not the space. Of course, I would want as much space as possible, whatever the school committee thinks the needs are for our children. my concern is the cost of the project. And so the process is new to me and is something I'm still learning. But it's making it difficult for me because for me, what I think we should come up with as, and I don't know if this would be the role of the council itself or of the finance committee or who would make this call, but I think we ought to have a target goal into how much we want to spend. And so I know we have the presentation from, I think Sean and Mr. Bockelman put these things together for the 4 capital projects and what we're trying to meet. And so is that the exact same number we're still trying to meet? Or is there a new number? Like, I think we need to have a goal here because my concern is the debt exclusion tax override that we're going to be asking the people to vote on, but then also we're asking people to raise their taxes to pay for this. And so my main concern, and one of the things that we're using as a marker to evaluate this project, is equity. Who will be able to use this space if we make it so costly that we're moving people out of this town because they can't afford their taxes or their higher rent costs? And so I really think we ought to pick a number or designate a number that we're trying to reach or stay at so that we aren't just throwing everything possible and then coming up with a number that we can't scale back from in the end. I think it's a little bit backwards. So I think that my hope out of this conversation was that we would all be on the same page in terms of a goal that we're trying to reach. Like, what number do we want to be at for this project? That would make sense. What number are we comfortable asking people to raise their taxes to? Because this will be a long-term commitment that will continue to raise people's taxes also for many years to come. And so that was my hope from this conversation. And it was tied into the space summary just because that's where we are in the process. But my goal wasn't necessarily smaller school is better. But if that is the only way that we can achieve the costs that we want, then maybe that's something to think about. But I don't know what costs we're trying to achieve. And so I think that that's what I was hoping from this.
Okay. We're not going to make a statement like that tonight, take a vote or anything else, but I do want to mention, and then I'm going to call on Andy Steinberg, Chair of the Finance Committee, that it has been planned for a while that we will have a special session of the Finance Committee, a committee of the whole, set at a time when as many counselors as possible can make it, at which point we will roll out the model that Sean very, very nicely developed, and we'll look at it and have some of those kinds of conversations about where the trade-offs are. Okay. Andy?
Yeah, no, I think you said pretty much what I was going to say. There are a lot of variable pieces, including the cost of each of the 4 buildings that we've been talking about all along. In addition, we've been have held back a large amount of money in reserves, which was evident in the discussion that we had in the Finance Committee with the auditor recently about the audit report, and she was commenting about the amount we had in reserves. And I pointed out at that time during the Finance Committee meeting that that was a deliberate decision that went back quite a number of years to try and increase reserves so that we could have them available to moderate the effect on taxpayers as we go forward. It doesn't eliminate the cost on taxpayers, but it does moderate it. And there are other factors that will affect it, including the timing of each of the projects and how we decide to finance those projects. And so the model, or as it's called, it's really a computer program that originated with Sandy Pooler as the prior finance director, and then has been refined and improved a great deal by Sean's work, helps us to visualize the different choices available to the council. There was a presentation made probably 3 years ago now to the first council, and I had made the suggestion that we need to find the right forum in which we can present it again for new members of the council and sort of as a refresher for all of us who've been on the council for a while and haven't been working with that model in detail during the intervening period. And it could be finance committee meeting in conjunction with the meeting of the whole, or it could be a council meeting. I think that's a decision that Lynn, as council president, will ultimately make. So, but I think that the point that the cost of all of the projects, not just the schools, is always a factor of one of the factors that's going to plug into anything. So thank you.
Okay. Kathy, some final comment before I move to adjourn?
I'll just build on the last two comments in terms of cost. I mean, we do have internal resources, and revisiting some earlier decisions on what is the net cost to taxpayers we'll be asking is something we should be looking at. It's on Mandy's long list. And we need to be really careful on the school itself. The space is the major thing that drives the total project costs. MSBA will not participate with us if we don't have space aligned with education programs. So if we just come in and say, here's the number, get down to it. And they said, we're lucky to be back in the pipeline. They turned down 85% of all the schools that apply. So we need to think of what are the education needs, the education programs, and then build the right amount of space, not build it over, so it's not big, and think about the future. And then just one other comment, on, as you go to visit some of these schools, you say there's flexibility built in. I saw a school that has a retractable wall between the gym and the cafeteria. When they need a big space, they create a big space, so they don't have each as a big space. And the number of times we've got a music room in our cafeteria in the new one, with a good performance stage. And I saw another school, that's where they were doing classes, you know, when the school wasn't eating in it. So there's creative use of space with the technologies we've got as well. So I think we have a good design team to try to take advantage of where we can get the most use out of every square foot. But I appreciate the comments, and just so you know, it's over in the school committee where these decisions are being made, not at the building committee.
Right. So we're going to conclude the meeting, this portion of the meeting, and move to the regular town council meeting. But I just want to close by saying, I think this has been a first good discussion. This is the first time this council has ever discussed the elementary school project. Our commitment, without question, is to the students and the young people of our town, and to build the best school possible that we can, and at the same time to be responsible to the taxpayers. And it's not an easy job, but we all signed up for it. So with that, I am going to adjourn the special town council meeting, and we are staying on the Zoom link and moving immediately to the regular town council meeting. And I want to note that Shalini Ball-Mill did join us on this meeting, okay? Okay. Oops, I can't do that. So it is February 28th. It's still February 28th. And we are now moving to the regular town council meeting. Pursuant to Chapter 20 of the Acts of 2021, this meeting is being conducted via remote means. We have a quorum of the council present. Therefore, I am calling the meeting to order. I have to get to my clock. Hold on. At 6:36. And I'm going to check again to make sure that everybody can hear us and we can hear them. So I'm going to start with Shalini Ball-Mill.
I'm present.
Pat DeAngelis.
Present.
Anna Devlin Gothier.
Present.
Lynn Griesmer is present. Mandy Jo Haneke.
Present.
Anika Lopes.
Present.
Michelle Miller.
Present.
Dorothy Pam.
Here.
Pam Rooney.
Present.
Kathy Shane.
Here.
Andy Steinberg. Andy Steinberg.
Yes, present.
Thank you. Jennifer Taub,
Present.
Alicia Walker.
Present.
Again, there's no chat room. And I would then like to, among our announcements that are on the screen, also say that next week we will be bringing forth a proclamation to congratulate Amherst Regional High School girls swimming and diving team for winning Massachusetts Interscholastic Athletic Association Division II State Championship for the first time in the program's history. And one of our counselors used to swim on that team.
Very slowly. I did not win anything.
I couldn't resist that. The meetings announcements are up there. We have several town council meetings coming up, and as well as the Joint Capital Planning Committee. And we do have a public hearing coming up on the parking regulations, and that is on March 10th at 6:30, or is it 7 o'clock? 7 o'clock, thank you. And that will be with the TSO committee.
And just to correct, CRC has canceled its March 3rd meeting. And so its next meeting will be March 17th. If I
Okay,
did that math right.
all right. Thank you for that correction. We are going to move on to public comment. We have no hearing. And so I'm going to ask all people who would like to make public comment to raise their hands. I'm going to ask that again in about 5 minutes, and then I'm going to state that that's the number of people we're going to hear from. So let's see all hands of those people who would like to make public comment. So far, I have 13 hands. Residents are welcome to express their views for up to 3 minutes, but we'd love if you could keep it to 2. And because we do have a number of public comments. I just want you to know that the council will not engage in a dialogue or comment on a matter raised during general public comment. So at this point, we're going to start with Rudy Perkins. And please enter the room, state your name, where you live, and proceed.
Hi, Rudy Perkins, Cherry Lane in Amherst. Just continuing on the discussion that you had in your special town council meeting on the school, and especially the space. There are 3 comparisons that I think would be really helpful for a lot of folks to look at, myself included. The Maria Hastings School that Danisco itself designed, it's a 645 student K-5 net zero energy school. And it came in at about 170.5 gross square feet per student. JCJ, when they did the original Wildwood design, did a K-6 school also, and a space study there for 670 students. And if my math's right, that came in at 162.9 gross square feet per student, and that would have factored in a lot of our particular requirements. It also had a full 6,000 square foot gym in that number. And then finally, Crocker Farm, the feasibility study that TSKP did, they did a 600, they did one of the space summaries at 600 K-6 students. That came in at 176.4 gross square foot per student. This had a full 6,000 square foot gym, 2 1,000 square foot art rooms, 2 1,200 square foot music rooms, 4 ensemble music practice rooms. And that also came in lower than the 2 current space summaries we have. If my math's right, we've got space summaries for currently on the table for 197.8 gross square foot per student and 183.9 gross square foot per student. It will be very helpful to see a sort of line by line comparison. The more detailed, the better. between these projects, some of which had many of the things people would like to put back on the table, like gym and more art and music space, and also factored in a lot of our special education programs that might not be present in other schools. So I just wanted to underscore the comment I made in writing to you all on the 20th, that a cost on this going up because we build a larger school than we need is likely to have a negative impact on net zero capability of the school, the ability to pay for geothermal wells, and possibly even, I'm hearing murmurings about going back and undoing all or part of the net zero bylaw, which would be a terrible blow to our children, the children who are going to be living through the climate consequences that we will not see, but they're going to be adults at the end of this century when the climate impact of what we have not done for them on fronts like net zero, that's going to be coming down on their doorstep, and we have to be factoring in that into our decisions as well. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Rudy. Lauren Mills. And just so you know, I'm the keeper of the time, which is why I'm holding my phone. Lauren? Please enter the room, state your name and where you live.
Yes, hi, Lauren Mills. I live in Butternut Farm, and I am speaking about the request for residents to have a wellness and nutrition enhancement program at the elementary and middle schools. I live near Muddy Brook Farm and Butternut Farm, near Atkins Farm, and my children have attended Crocker Farm. All of the 3 colleges and universities in Amherst have farms that support agricultural learning and their large dining services. I would like to make a comment on the upcoming final decisions for community opera funding. As a resident of Amherst for 5 years, a parent of elementary and middle school age children, I would ask and urge the town council to support an expanded wellness and nutrition program for our public school students that would include farm to school programs and funding changes that would immediately add cultural appropriate non-dairy beverages and enriching nutrition programs during and after school. In 2018, the Amherst Town's public schools received $30,600 through a federal farm to school program, the only school district in the state to receive such a grant. The USDA has handed out farm to school grants since 2013. In 2016, a $25,000 grant supported a Massachusetts farm to school conference in Amherst. Through the revising of the school's wellness policy, the nutrition program, and changes that have been brought on by COVID, parents like myself and others want to make sure that the students have many opportunities in their school time and after school to make healthy food choices and participate in healthy energy, nutrient consumption, exploration, and understanding, such as school garden activities, which already exist, but we want to make sure reach all students in elementary and middle school. Culinary programs, farmers market projects assisted by students are a few new initiatives that we would like to see the school committee budgetarily support, start and sustain through opera funds and nutrition grants. We would like the school committee to support the work of nutrition wellness in our students with improvements to the cafeteria menus, with new initiatives that support highlighting specific fruit and vegetables and local farm purchases. The act relative to school nutrition signed into law on July 30th, 2010 requires that the Massachusetts Department of Public Health to establish standards for competitive food and beverages sold or provided in public schools during the school day. The goal
Lauren,
of
please,
okay.
please
That's already
conclude.
3 minutes. Hello.
Lauren,
Yes.
are you concluded now?
I didn't know I already went to 3 minutes, but I could just lastly say that balanced nutrition throughout the day contributes to student success in and out of the classroom. And we will also put a resident petition forward for the council and the school committee to further, look into this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. I'm going to ask one more time, if there's anybody else who wants to make public comment, please raise your hand at this time. We have 14 more people for public comment, and that is where we will conclude public comment. I'm going to go to David Fetterman, and after that, I'm going to go to Elsie Fetterman because I am aware that they are here together. David?
Sounds good. Can you hear me okay with thumbs up?
Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm David Fetterman. My 94-year-old mom, as you just said, is Elsie Fetterman. She was recently presented with a bill for $18,800 for a town water line repair. So I don't feel she should have to pay it since the water pipe went into the street, which is town property. More to the point, she should not have to pay the bill because there isn't a formal written water regulation policy covering the matter. To the best of my knowledge, a written copy cannot be located at this time. The current draft under review at this meeting does not sufficiently address who is responsible for repairs and replacement of the water line. I recommend that the draft regulations include greater clarity concerning who is responsible for the cost of repairs and water pipe replacements. I also recommend that Amherst water regulations align with the practices of the 5 neighboring town policies. Their policies are simple. The property owner is responsible for anything in their house, and the town is responsible for anything outside their house. Technically, as I understand it, that would mean from the curb stop to the water main. Once the policy is approved, assuming it's approved, please make it retroactive to May 2021 to alleviate the financial burden from my mother so that she is refunded for the payments to repair a town water line. Thank you so much for your time and consideration. I appreciate you listening to us. Thank you.
David, thank you. Elsie, would you please come forward? State your name and where you live.
Fetterman. I live at 148 Locktown Road. I've been a citizen and a taxpayer in Amherst for 44 years. As my son said, that I'm being charged $18,800 to repair a broken Amherst town water pipe that runs under the town maintained street. And so I feel and I realize, and I'm asking that whatever policy you want adopt, you're going to be adopting new policies that you would make it retroactive to May of 2021. I realize that it will be the decision of the town manager to make any policy retroactive. However, I am certain as a community, he works closely with the council. We all work together before he makes most decisions. I feel that under the circumstances, the new policy should be who should be responsible, as my son said. Never would I ever believe that I would be expected to be responsible for repairing the street because of a break in the water main. Last May, when I contacted Superintendent of Public Works Guilford Mooring, he thought that policy was very strange. When I contacted Lynn, she was unaware because her home is on well water. As members of the town council, you each received a memo dated February the 17th. You all had it in reference to the proposed water regulations. The Water Division operates under guidelines based on past practices for many years. However, the water use, they've existed, but a written copy cannot be located. This is according to the memo you all have dated February the 17th. We know they have not been updated since at least the 1970s. That's in your memo. The proposed water use regulations would consolidate the town's practices in one document and make its operations transparent to the public and readily available for review and revision by the town council. A survey of the policies of 5 neighboring communities take care of water main breaks right up to the meter. I inquired about Amherst policy in May 2021 and was not informed until October 2021. So I had no idea that I would be held responsible for digging up the street. Had I known that policy in May 2021, I would have been before you at that time. As soon as I found out the policy, I called up Lynn, I contacted her, and on November the 8th, I spoke about the problem under public comments. I didn't get an invoice for the water main break from the contract until October of 2021. The invoice is for $18,800, mainly for the water main break in the street. Because that present policy originated over 50 years ago, it was owned by a private water company. I'm 94. I don't know how we're able to keep Amherst elders in their own homes with an expense of $18,800 for water main in the street. The senior center and the town are now conducting a study of what the elders need. I am requesting that the council members, after you take your policy and have that done, confer with the town manager before he makes his decision. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you for joining us, Elsie. Corinne Damas, and if I have misstated your name, please correct it.
Hi, I'm Corinne Demas, and I'm going to be speaking about the large-scale ground-mounted solar moratorium. I want to preface my remarks by saying that I'm someone deeply concerned about the climate crisis, and I'm an ardent supporter of solar energy. I'm not in a butter of any land that would be impacted by this decision. My concern is for the future of our town as a whole. And by the way, I'm in District 2 on High Point Drive. An interesting aspect of this debate, I found, is the way that the one argument against the moratorium, that it will slow the development of solar projects that are combating climate change, ironically has dovetailed with the financial interests of corporations that are eager to push ahead with their large-scale solar arrays and avoid any possibility of restrictions. It's certainly not the first time that commercial interests seize upon and exploit the positions put forth by well-intentioned environmentalists. Although it's not exactly greenwashing, it is a useful tool for corporations that want to reap their financial rewards without any community regulation. This governing body, that's you, has been entrusted to take into account all of the things our community cares about. So it's essential that the decisions you make are informed, thoughtful, and take full measure of all of our priorities. Solar is a critical part of our energy future, but solar development needs to be balanced with all of our community's values, which include protecting all our natural resources, our water, our wildlife habitat, preserving forests and farmland, protecting the integrity of our residential communities, our history, and our recreational areas. Yes, it takes a little time to examine issues carefully and intelligently. That's what this moratorium is all about. But we can't afford not to look at the big picture, and we can't afford not to have a sensible and workable bylaw. Large ground-mounted solar arrays, wherever they're built, are going to be around for most of our lifetime. We might all agree that they're a necessary way to combat climate change, but that doesn't mean we should abdicate our responsibility to consider where they should best be sited and how large they should be. It's critical that we give ourselves the time to ensure, as best as possible, that we'll avoid some of the irreparable damage that may occur if we leave these considerations entirely to companies whose only concern is making money. The moratorium needs to be adopted so you can do justice to the concerns of the people you've committed yourselves to serve. Thank you very much.
Corinne, thank you. Henry Lappin, please enter the room, state your name and where you live, and unmute.
Yeah, hi, I'm Henry Lappin. I live on 120 Pulpit Hill Road in Amherst. I'm a member of the Public Shade Tree Committee, although I'm not speaking as a member of the committee now, I'm speaking for myself. I'm 100% in favor of the solar moratorium. It's completely absurd to cut down acres and acres of forest land if you're trying to produce energy and save carbon, because it's exactly the opposite of what you need to do. There's good places for solar. Forest land is not the place. I think the only way to really protect forest land in this case is to start the moratorium. I know the Coles project is already in despite that, and I hope that won't go through either, but more projects could easily come up. The Public Shade Tree Committee has been working with Joe Comerford and Mindy Dahm to try to change the state policy that allows solar farms on forest land, but that's also going to take time. We need a little bit of time to get it right. Cutting down forest is so harmful ecologically for climate change and other reasons that it outweighs any possible benefits of putting that solar in. So please vote for the moratorium. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Devlin Selman, please enter the room, state your name and where you live. You need to unmute. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I live in Conway, Massachusetts, and I am an abutter to a 30-acre solar array. So I am in support of everybody wanting to regulate industrial solar. The 30-acre solar array is abutting our 5-acre property, and we've experienced one disaster after another, with the company basically taking advantage of our very weak bylaws that we had in place and basically showing us that they really don't care about the planet with what they have done. They wanted to clear 10 feet away from a wetland. There are many wetlands out here, and they've built upon one of the highest elevation locations in Conway near Abbott Hill. So we've had erosion going into many wetlands. There has been just unbelievable noise pollution. They told us we wouldn't hear anything. There was a diesel generator that was doing climate control on the batteries before the array was completed. So please be mindful when you're doing your bylaws to have battery storage and when they can bring batteries onto site. They had a diesel generator running for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It sounded like a giant jet airplane idling on the other side of the hill. We could hear this through our windows being shut. We moved to Conway to be in the rural area surrounded by nature, and now we have an industrial power plant that we can see outside of our kitchen window. Every time I look up on the hill, we have giant squares looking down on us where tons of nature used to live. I am in support of solar, but it needs to be put on already developed land. It doesn't make any sense to clear forest to say you're doing this for clean energy. The forests help cool the ground. Shade, they offer shade, they offer habitat for wildlife. I'm working with professors from Boston University right now on getting more studies done on these industrial solar facilities up in New England, because there have been no studies done at all in New England that have been published. Every study that has been done has been in a desert location, and every study concludes that these things heat up the ambient air temperature around them. So temperature monitors need to be installed in and around solar facilities. The professor that I'm working on is using data from Landsat, and he sent me thermal imaging a week ago. This is the first I've seen, and it's the array is 10 degrees hotter than the forest around it during the hotter months. So people don't talk about this. People don't think about.
Devlin, please conclude your comments.
Okay, so basically you need to be really mindful and think about the citizens when it comes to industrial solar. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Jack Hirsch. please enter the room, state your name and where you live.
Hello, I'm Jack Hirsch. I live on Flat Hills Road. And I would just like to say I'm also in support of the moratorium. There is absolutely no downside. If anyone thinks that the world is going to burn less fossil fuels in 18 months when Amherst gets their solar array installed, is just dreaming. The solar array may have problems and may not, but it will at least give us time to look at other similarly scaled solar arrays and put in bylaws that can protect us from the downsides of those. Devlin just spoke of a 30-acre array in Conway that produced all sorts of troubles. Have we looked at any other arrays across the state? The last thing I'll say, and I'll be brief, is that of all the experts that have submitted letters and testimony, they've all been involved in the solar industry. That you haven't looked at any experts who are studying alternative energies. There are other types of energy production that's just around the corner. Why do large-scale footprints on something that's a temporary energy source? We are all in favor of solar because we have no choices. As soon as there's another choice, we'll be in favor of the other choice. So please consider that solar is a temporary installation. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Phil Rich, please enter the room, state your name and where you live.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, Phil Rich, 187 Shutesbury Road in Amherst. And I'm just going to comment about the moratorium. I've commented a couple of times in prior meetings. Just listening to the last few comments, it is really hard to understand why we would not vote for a moratorium. I happen to directly abut. In fact, I'm probably the most direct because the access road would be literally by my mailbox. I cannot understand why we would not take 18 months to develop a solar bylaw. And as Jack just said, you know, the supporters who sort of insist that we got to get going right now, I don't get that. I don't get why we're not able to wait 18 months to make sure that we get it right. I have a particular investment in this because of my proximity, but in general, I don't want to see the forest land ruined and destroyed. I'd like to make sure that we have a bylaw, and it is, I cannot imagine any significant reason why we would not have a bylaw in place before any further construction is underway. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Lenore Brick, please enter the room, state your name and where you live.
Hi, sorry, you can hear me, yes?
Yes, we can.
Yes, okay, thank you. Lenore on Strong Street. I appreciate the sincerity of some of my fellow climate advocates, and I understand the worry that we've run out of time and that a solar moratorium sounds counter to expeditious urgent action. But it's that same anxiety that can drive us to make wrong decisions because we're not calm enough to find clarity, big picture clarity, that is not supported by the systems that we're caught up in. An urgent paradigm shift is the need to get more voices at the table. Energy experts are not enough because we're talking about the intersection of ecosystem function and solar technology, which was not anticipated when the smart subsidies and state regulations were first introduced. Just for one instance, yes, we need an analysis comparing carbon accumulation benefits of solar versus forest, but we need one that considers all the relevant factors. According to the Partnership for Policy Integrity and climate scientists that do understand forest ecology, some current analysis doesn't include ecosystem carbon loss from clear cutting and soil disturbance, especially since soil carbon can constitute more than 50 to 60% of ecosystem carbon. They do not account for climate mitigation capacities or soil structure and retention lost, which is needed for increasing flooding and drought that we will continue to face in this era of climate derangement, nor the assumption that fossil generation will cease with solar generation, even if consumer use and regulations don't change. And most importantly, the underlying concept of valuing forests only the carbon sink is just fundamentally flawed. There are many more questions to explore, like What are the pros and cons of agri-solar, which is dual use with sheep raising on farms versus large scale solar, or keeping our prime farmland for growing food crops, or exploring agroforestry, which is a kind of land use with amazing potential for climate healing and food security. I'm collecting statements from our local and regional farming associations, and I'll pass those on to you. Do we know enough about regional approaches that are being pursued politically at the State House or elsewhere that would impact on our contribution, what that could be, such as maybe preserving our forests and farmlands for the greater good towards climate mitigation, resilience, food sovereignty, and building solar on impervious surfaces, gray fields and brown fields? All of these assumptions need to be challenged, and I hope we can continue to get more answers from more experts. I'm reaching out to climate research centers like Woodell in Eastern Mass, the Northeast Climate Adaptation Center at UMass, with scientists from multiple disciplines working internationally to further broaden our understanding before we allow projects we can't control, considering the number of industrial ground-mounted solar installations that have caused irreversible damage, like the one Devlin mentioned. But it takes some time to save time. I have
Lenore,
so many clients. Can I just say 2 more sentences?
Please.
I have so many clients suffering with chronic health conditions who wish that they had taken the time to better research, consult with many different specialists, and before choosing the best path forward for their particular situation. That's not considered a moratorium. It's just brave, wise planning to avoid unforeseen circumstances. Thank you for listening. I also just want to say I do support the farm to school wellness programs that Lauren spoke about. Thanks so much, everybody, for your good work.
Thank you, Lenore. canopybart@gmail.com. Please enter the room, state your name and where you live.
Okay, I think I've
We can hear you.
myself. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, it's Bart Baricius, and I'm sorry because I couldn't get access. I couldn't change it to my name instead of that. So that's why it was that way. Sorry about that. Anyway, I want to look at, I'm concerned about, I support the idea of a solar bylaw. I'm from Montague. I lived for 25 years in Amherst, though. From the decarbonization roadmap and the clean energy and climate plan of 2030, for 2030, from the Office of the Executive Office of Energy and Environmental Affairs, there are a few quotes regarding the natural solutions to climate change. One is, only by harnessing the power of natural climate solutions to remove and store carbon can Massachusetts reach net zero greenhouse gas emission targets. Natural climate solutions are actions to protect, restore, and better manage natural and working lands such as forests, farms, wetlands, and to reduce and remove carbon emissions, with many co-benefits, including resilience with currently available practices. Massachusetts lands have the potential to remove and reduce an additional 1 to 2 million metric tons of carbon per year. Another quote, nature is the only viable tool we have right now to remove carbon pollution already in the air at scale. There's lots of things coming down the pike, but they're going to be many years before they're actually practical at a large scale, including hydrogen and so forth. It's nowhere near being useful on a large scale. They also argued that we should give a top priority to protection of natural and working lands, that much of the carbon in these lands is irrevocable. This carbon, if emitted into the air, is emitted into the air when the land is developed, and it is not possible to regain that lost carbon through management or restoration for over 30 years. It's actually, if it's a 100-year-old forest, it's over 100 years. And then from their January webinar that they put on, they included John Rogan, a geography professor at Clark University, and he expressed tremendous shock shock in quotes, at the amount of forested land that is now being lost to solar panel siting in a study examining deforestation specifically in Massachusetts. He and his graduate students have conducted research for several studies, including a separate one.
Art, I need you to finish up, please.
All right, I'll finish up. Any rate, we have to protect these forests, both for climate and for all the other benefits that they provide. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. I just want to note that we are cutting public comment off after the next 4 commenters. Michael Lipinski, please enter the room, state your name and where you live.
Hi, everybody. I'm Michael Lipinski, Shutesbury Road, Amherst, and I'm here speaking in support of the temporary moratorium. Though after listening to the woman with the $18,000 problem, I definitely would support her too. In early November 2021, Councilors Patricia DeAngelis and Lynn Griesmer formally posted a proposed bylaw for a temporary moratorium on the permitting and approval of large-scale ground-mounted solar photovoltaic installations. A short time later, they were joined by a new councilor, Anna Devlin Gauthier, who signed on as a co-sponsor to this bylaw. I think that they should be applauded for this smart and sensible proposal that would give the town the time it needs to develop a comprehensive bylaw governing industrial solar systems. Throughout the approval process, the 3 sponsors have been clear advocates for their proposal, but more than willing to listen to the suggestions of others. I have been impressed with their focus, their attention to detail, and their ability to work with all parties involved in making this pause a reality. They have made significant modifications to their original proposal in a clear effort to meet specific objections without fundamentally gutting the core of their bylaw. The sponsors have been caught in the middle of a barrage of rhetoric from all sides of the solar debate. The intensity of this debate and the critical issues being discussed have helped to prove that they were right all along. Amherst absolutely needs time to figure things out. Pat, Lynn, and Anna have shown us what inclusive, thoughtful leadership looks like. I urge the town council, especially the newly elected members, to follow their lead. This is an opportunity to show you care about all the residents of Amherst. Our citizens deserve a smart and sensible approach to large-scale industrial solar developments in our town, and that can only come from this temporary moratorium. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Meg Gage, please enter the room, state your name and where you live.
Hi, everyone. This is Meg Gage. I live at 208 Montague Road, and I want to thank you for having public comment and encourage you to continue to, as I know many of you want to do, continue to develop more means of public participation. 2 quick things. I strongly support the moratorium for all the reasons that people have given, and I won't repeat them, but I think Amherst needs to plan first and then do. It's a little bit, I don't know how to make this transition because it's huge. We're all alarmed about what's going on in Ukraine, and cities and towns all around the world are lighting up their cities with blue and gold lights. Brandenburg Gate, Eiffel Tower, the Empire State Building, but also numerous towns like ours. And I'd like the council to consider lighting up our town hall for the next month or 2 every night, blue and gold, to show our solidarity with the people of Ukraine. And it's a pretty extraordinary time in my life of having lived through the Cuban Missile Crisis in high school, dates me, and been part of a Soviet American Women's Dialogue 2 times in the 80s to working toward glasnost, including backpacking so that we could avoid the Politburo, the women's Soviet women's group. We were backpacking with women. Anyway, never mind all that. I don't remember a time that was as terrifying as this is now. And I would hope that Amherst would come together and find a way of expressing solidarity around this. One thing you have to give Putin credit for is he's built a huge amount of alliance around the world. But it's a terrible worry, and I hope Amherst would find some way to express our support for the people of Ukraine. Thank you. Bye-bye, everybody. How do I turn off my mute anyway?
Kathleen Bridgewater.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Thank you so much for this, and thank you so much for the idea of having a moratorium so that we can do some excellent thinking on the issue of solar siting. I'm Kathleen Bridgewater. I live on Shutesbury Road in Amherst. We undoubtedly need a temporary solar moratorium. Comments pro and con on the topic of engaging in community, within the community, a careful scientific discussion of what industrial size solar power systems with enormous lithium ion storage facilities will prove to impact our town. We are being faced with making decisions about technologies and sciences that admittedly the town committee members on many of the committees recognize that they have little knowledge about, a limited knowledge. When I first heard about the Ampen coal solar project slated to be built in what is now a 125-acre parcel next to me, I had a neutral response. My approach came from a positive curiosity of someone who understands the need for solar energy. The more I read about the various issues that arise concerning siting, construction, current technology, functioning, safety precautions, ecological impacts, climate mitigation, the more I understood that there is much all of us in the town need to examine before making decisions, irreparable decisions. Even the solar industry's publications make clear that they are an emergent technology that is in its beta testing phase. When we were given a tour, when we neighbors on Shutesbury Road were given a tour of the Shutesbury Road parcels, AMP answered our questions and also ominously said that they don't like to litigate. It felt like I was, it felt really sleazy, frankly. Cowles has expressed its objections to residents asking questions by posting their land. So all the houses along Shutesbury Road have posted signs in our backyards. They read, posted, no trespassing by order of W.D. Coles. Access to this working forest has been discontinued due to public disrespect and or actions to limit landowner use and opportunity, unquote. Cameras have gone up, photographs have been taken of anybody who comes near the land, including a lady who was walking her baby. 3 of these signs are can be seen from our windows. It is a constant reminder of how our neighbor objects to careful examination of how to site solar systems. Amherst needs a moratorium to carry on an intelligent process aligned with our values that we pride ourselves as being an intelligent town. Please, please vote in favor of this moratorium.
Kathleen, thank you for your comment. Caller 0810, please identify yourself and your name and where you live.
Yes, this is Vincent O'Connor. I live at 175 Summer Street. Black Lives Matter movement urges us to say their names to keep the memories alive of Black Americans murdered by officers of U.S. police departments. In this community, however, there is one name, that of an 18th century British general, we should eliminate from our vocabulary. This person whose name blemishes our community has such an odious reputation that the college named after him has replaced its sports team's references to him in favor of one to an extinct distant relative of the African and Indian elephants. How should we proceed to rid ourselves of the centuries-old colonial imposition? First, get the facts. How much would it cost this municipality to change its name? Not how much it might cost the university or the college if we changed our name, but how much would it cost us alone? And how could we fund such a name change? Second, what would the process be to change our name? My thoughts on the process, at least at the municipal level, assuming cost estimates provided by an outside independent agency prove manageable, are that there would be a November 2023 referendum asking for a yes or no decision by our registered voters. The referendum would be in two parts, the yes or no part, and a series of names, which if the yes votes prevailed, would allow our voters to vote for each and every name they felt comfortable with. The name that received the greatest number of votes would become our new community name. As to names, in a previous era, the name Emily or the name of the previous indigenous inhabitants might have been foremost. However, in this era, two additional names occur. Harriet, after Harriet Tubman, the anti-slavery organizer, Civil War military spy and commander, whose image will soon replace that of one of our most disreputable presidents on the $20 bill. And Sumner, after the 1852 to 1876 radical anti-slavery Republican, Massachusetts U.S. Senator Charles Sumner, whose moral and political leadership of the Senate during his service helped birth and deliver into law the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments to the United States Constitution.
Thank you for your comments. Heather Sheldon and Sharon Weisenbaum, I'd actually ended the list for public comments. So I'm going to invite you to submit your comment to us by email or through the website. Okay. So we are going to go on to the consent agenda. The consent agenda is as follows. The following items were selected because they were considered to be routine and it was reasonable to expect they would pass with no controversy. To remove an item from the consent agenda for discussion later in the meeting, ask that it be removed when I list the consent item or right after. Okay, the motion is to move the following items and the printed motions thereunder and approve those items as a single unit. Adoption of the 2022 Tibetan National Uprising Day Proclamation. That's 6A. 9A, approval of the following town manager appointments. Conservation Commission, Elementary School Building Committee, Energy Climate Action Committee, Jones Library Building Committee, Public Shade Tree Committee, Transportation Advisory Committee. 11A, approval of the following town council meeting minutes. February 7th, 2022, regular town council meeting minute. February 12th, 2022, special town council meeting minutes retreat. Are there any items that people are asking to be removed? Pat DeAngelis.
I don't want the item removed. It's the Tibetan National Uprising Day Proclamation. However, there is an error on it, a small error that I think could be fixed very quickly. basically in the last therefore, now therefore, in the final part of the sentence should read to help cultivate. In other words, it's about the flying of the Tibetan national flag. And it should simply say to help cultivate. I sent the correction to Athena, but I didn't hear back from her. Excuse me.
We'll take care of that. Are there any other comments or questions? Is there a second?
Second, DeAngelis.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to then move to a roll call, and the roll call begins with Shalini Balmilne.
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis.
Aye.
Anna Devlin Gauthier.
Aye.
Lynn Griesmer is an aye. Mandy Johanicky.
Aye.
Anika Lokes.
Aye.
Michelle Miller.
Yes.
Dorothy Pam.
Yes.
Pam Rooney.
Yes.
Kathy Shane.
Yes.
Andy Steinberg.
Yes.
Jennifer Taub.
Yes.
Alicia Walker.
Yes.
It's unanimous. In regard to the proclamation, Michelle Miller, as one of the sponsors, along with Shalini and myself, is going to read the whereas. Michelle? I'm sorry, going to read the therefore.
Sorry, Lynn, thank you. And should I read it with, I'll read it with the change we made here. Now, therefore, be it hereby resolved that we, the town council of the town of Amherst in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, recognizes the local Tibetan American community's plea for justice for the people of Tibet on the 63rd anniversary of Tibetan National Uprising Day, and continue to proclaim each March 10th as Tibet Day, and further recognize this proclamation by raising the Tibetan national flag from March 10th to March 20th, 2022, to help cultivate awareness for all residents of Amherst.
Thank you, and I hope as many of you can join us on March 10th at 9:30 in front of Town Hall will do so. We're going to go on to presentations and discussions, and we're doing the FEMA flood map study. This is a presentation. There is not a vote or a referral tonight. Chris Brestrup will be leading this with Jennifer Moss, who is a consultant from AICM, Senior Planner Nate Malloy, Wetlands Administrator Aaron Jacques, and Applications Manager from IT, Mike Warner.
May I speak?
Please.
Hello, I'm Christine Brestrup, Planning Director, and I'm here tonight to talk to you about our flood mapping project. This is a first look at the flood mapping project for some of you who are new to Town Council, and a second look for others. We gave a similar presentation back in February of 2020, near the end of the first appeal period. Since then, we've been through two more appeal periods, both of which ended with no appeals. There will be at least two more public presentations to Town Council, with representatives from our consultants as well as our in-house flood mapping team to give you a more detailed technical information look and to allow you to ask technical questions. Eventually, you will be asked to vote to adopt the new flood maps, the new flood insurance study, and a zoning amendment containing text about the flood zone. The town of Amherst is a participant in the National Flood Insurance Program, which is administered by FEMA. This program provides subsidized flood insurance for property owners whose properties lie within the 100-year floodplain. The adoption of new maps and accompanying zoning regulations requires a vote of the town council. That vote needs to occur sometime in the next 6 to 9 months. The town has been working on this project of updating the flood insurance rate maps and flood insurance study since around 2012. That's 10 years. The purpose of the project is to create accurate federally approved maps for land affected by flooding in order to provide information to banks which grant mortgages, to landowners, to the Amherst Conservation Commission, the Planning Board, and other interested parties. Amherst flood maps were last updated in 1983. New and better technology for mapping flood-prone areas is now available, and town meeting appropriated funds during several town meeting cycles to update the Amherst flood maps. The consulting firm of AECom was hired by the town and has been working with town staff and FEMA to create more accurate mapping of floodable areas along rivers and streams in Amherst. In September 2017, the preliminary flood insurance rate maps were presented to members of the Planning Board, the Conservation Commission, and the public. At that time, the town became aware of a new method of analyzing flood data and determining flood boundaries. This new method had just come into use in the spring of 2017. So the town decided to go ahead and appropriate an additional sum of money to update the maps further using this new 2017 method. The mapping using the new method has now been completed, and 3 appeal periods have elapsed, with only the first appeal period generating an appeal by a property owner. Most of the preliminary flood insurance rate maps have been available for review since July of 2020. 3 recently revised panels, number 170, number 351, and number 334, have been available for review since July of 2021. The maps were presented at public meetings, the last of which was held on June 25th of 2019. At that time, we sent notifications to all those who own property in a floodplain as depicted on the new maps. The old 1983 maps were based on USGS topography with 10-foot contour intervals. They were also based on data gathered up until the early 1970s. You don't have to flip through this slideshow right now because Jennifer Moss will be going through the slideshow after I'm finished. This is just an introductory statement. I'm sorry, I should have made that clear. Staff, so the old maps were the contour. New maps are based on Town of Amherst GIS at 1 data, and this means that the new maps are much more accurate in terms of where flooding occurs. Our staff is currently working to develop amendments to the zoning bylaw to accompany these maps. Soon the town will receive a letter of final determination from FEMA, in which the town will need to adopt the new maps and the accompanying zoning regulations and flood insurance study. If the town fails to adopt the new maps, the town of Amherst will no longer be able to participate in the flood insurance program, and people with property in the flood zone will not be able to purchase flood insurance at government subsidized rates. We, the flood mapping team, and AECom will be back to meet with town council in April to make a presentation of the maps and the zoning amendment. And we'll ask at that time that you begin the process of adoption, which is the same process that you use to adopt zoning amendments. Tonight, I have with me Jennifer Moss, our consultant from AECom, and she will make a short presentation about the flood mapping project. I have other members of the flood mapping team here with me, including Senior Planner Nate Malloy, IT Applications Manager and GIS expert Mike Warner, and Wetlands Administrator Aaron Jacques, and all of these people can answer your questions. Thank you for hosting this important information session. And now here is Jennifer Moss of AECom, who will present you with a slideshow.
Thanks, Chris. Great. Thanks, Athena. Thank you, everyone. I'll just walk you through a short presentation, let you see the study history that Chris just talked about. Next slide, please. So I'll give you a brief history, share with you the scope of what we've done, explain this map format update, and then really hit on these key points of this letter of final determination and what that means for you. Next slide. Yeah, so as Chris hit on, we've had the town has had several opportunities to look at these products and these maps. We started back on June 26, 2017. We had these 1983 maps. They were in need of update from the modeling, from the topography that was used. In 2019, there was a revised preliminary. The USGS had updated the regression equations, resulting in more accurate hydrology and mapping. And this was identified after the first public meeting. In June 2020, there was a submittal that came out of the appeals period. And in order to make those changes, we needed to modify some of those boundaries for the appellant. And that resulted in the need for another appeal period. And throughout all of these appeal periods, the town has been notified. FEMA has, as part of their regulations, we as your contractor have published that in the local newspaper. I know Chris and team has notified property owners. After that 2020 release, we were on our way to getting the products finalized. And FEMA's quality review identified a need for some changes to account for some backwater and base flood elevations. So just some things that were out of that didn't agree between the firm and the FIS report. So we ran another appeal period and gave folks notification again. And as Chris mentioned, there were 3 panels. So we're here. We're at the point where it's now time for this letter of final determination and kicking off that compliance and adoption period for the town. So next slide, please. So when we talk about the updates, we're talking about these 1983 maps that were on these 10-foot USGS topographic maps. And now we have light detection and ranging, LiDAR, where we can get to this 1 foot. So we can get to much more detail than your 1983 maps. We talked about the hydrology. The USGS had these regression equations. So upon that 2017 study, we're able to we have more rainfall data. We were working with equations from 1974 prior to this. So we have much better data. And we've upgraded the modeling to industry standard software. And we've done some bridge and culverts measurements, both by field survey. So we've done a lot of updating to get to this point. Next slide, please. So we looked at around 11 miles in the town, the Fort River, the Mill River, Muddy Brook, and Plum Brook. Again, there were numerous bridges and culverts that were surveyed on these four streams. Again, this revised engineering. So we looked at the water, we looked at storms, we looked at rainfall. We looked at how the water was flowing in these new channels with these new field surveys. And then we used this LiDAR, right? So we took away these 10-foot contours and came down to 1 foot. So much more detail than you've had before. Next slide, please. But that wasn't everything that was done. We also looked at doing some approximate studies. So we're not surveying in these areas, but we do utilize the best available topography, so that LiDAR data. And we do have models behind this. So previously, models were either missing or they were drawn in by hand on those old USGS quads. Now you have engineering models behind these Zone A's. So you have a much better product. You have something that your residents and that you as a community can stand behind and say, with more certainty, you know where that flooding is going to take place. There were 4 miles of models that were usable. So we leveraged those models and use that new topography to give you more accurate floodplains. Next slide, please. You're also going to notice that your maps look a little different. Right now, you have a town-wide map format. So you have maps that have a floodway and you have maps that have the flood boundaries. They were black and white. They were what we call vector. So they were lines. You didn't have the imagery. You didn't see people's residences and see your commercial buildings. And so what we've gone to are these colored imagery. You're going to have a single map now. You're not maintaining 2 formats. You've got one map, it's colored, and it's got this imagery behind it. Next slide, please. So as Chris talked about, the next steps is this is FEMA's regulatory process, right? This is in their NFIP regulations that they move to a letter of final determination. And it's an official notification that FEMA is going to mail to the chief executive officer that these new maps and flood insurance study report are going to become effective in 6 months. So who sets this? Town officials have worked with FEMA to set this date, and it's expected to be the end of April 2022. As your contractor, we're going to be preparing data, and FEMA's got a quality review process that we're going to work our way through. In the meantime, the town needs to be examining the bylaws. FEMA's going to use the word ordinance. It means bylaws to ensure that you're in compliance with those NFIP regulations. And Chris really hit on it. It's really critical that the town adopt these new bylaws, updated bylaws prior to the October deadline. Once the town receives this LFD letter, this letter of final determination, community has 6 months to have bylaws, ordinances updated and approved by the state and FEMA and town council adopted. So, the goal is to, again, adopt these prior to the October deadline. Next slide, please. So what you need to know and plan for, again, we want to avoid that suspension at all costs. The community must adopt a compliant floodplain management ordinance bylaw. Your officials are in contact with the state NFIP's office, and they're working right now to update those bylaws, right? Again, you're seeing that word ordinance, that's FEMA's word. It's the same as your bylaws. The community has to adopt it. And the state's going to really partner with you guys and work with FEMA to make sure that everything is updated and approved in a timely manner. And again, the goal is to have these updated prior to the October deadline. Next slide, please. And so I'm going to leave you with Chris and Nate have been working really hard on this. The firm project, the revisions, the map panels, the FIS report is available on your town website, and it's also available to the public on FEMA's Map Service Center. So I just want to thank you for your time today. We're here to partner with you and get this study into your hands and effective for you. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. And I'll ask for questions from the council at this time. Dorothy.
Okay, so since I've been on the council, I've heard Chris saying that they're working on flood maps. But at this moment, if I had to talk to a constituent and say what this means, I would not be able to do so. I could give dates and deadlines, but my first question is, what is a regional regression equation? And my second one is 2 pages later, you have 2 maps. What do they mean to the town of Amherst? What does it mean in terms of floods or flood areas? I need just some really simple explanations here. So thank you.
Chris?
I don't think you need to know exactly what the regional or what the regression analysis means. It's a method of calculating where the flood is, and it's different from the way it was calculated back in the 70s and 80s. It's more modern. If you did want a more thorough explanation of that, we could ask Jennifer Moss to give us a more thorough explanation the next time we meet with you. So that might be appropriate. In terms of the maps are all online. You can visit them. All of your constituents can visit them. They are different from the maps from the 1980s because the topography is better. The method of calculating where the flood is better. You can now see where your house is because we base them on aerial photography. So they are quite different from the old maps. You're welcome to come in and look at either the old maps or the new maps in town hall. I can show them to you, but they are also available online. Is that an answer to your question, Dorothy?
Well, partly the fact that you can look at a map and it would show you something. But for example, the page here, what did the first page, the one that says basis for update topology, hydrology, and hydraulics, what does the first map show? What does the second map show? And I look at the 1-2 pages later and I say, maybe one is before a flood and one is after a flood. And if that's true, it looks pretty scary. So I need more about what these maps are showing. Is it, because I can't even read there's a little chart of the legend, and truthfully, I need a magnifier glass to read that right now. But does it show, does this show where your house will get flooded? Or what?
Chris, do you want to take that, or does Nate has his hand up?
Yes. The actual maps when we come back to meet with you next time. So this is just an example of what the maps look like. But on page 2, the bottom, I think the top image shows a floodway, which is the area that the river actually flows through during a flood condition. And that's the orange part. And then it shows the place where it floods into, kind of, spreads out. And that's the blue part. So does that help to understand that map?
That certainly is helpful. Then what the map below it has some purple?
The map below it shows a different part of town, and the purple is what we call Zone A, which is an area that is a flooded area, 100-year floodplain. So that's another example of a depiction of a floodplain. But as I said, we'll come back and show you the actual maps the next time we meet with you, and you can go online and look at them. And anyone who wanted to come in and look at the maps in town hall would be welcome to. I think a few of you actually did that, if I'm not mistaken. I believe that Dorothy and Pam came in and looked at them a few months ago, but I'd be happy to show them to you again on paper, which might be easier to actually examine and ask questions about.
I just had one last question. I've been hearing for the last 5 or maybe 8 years that 100-year flood map, 200-year flood map no longer means anything. And so is this updated 100-year flood map from, given the way that water is behaving differently and rain is different than it was a few years ago?
Chris?
So these are based on past events. I believe they're based on events that happened prior to 2017, which is why we're talking about the 2017 regression analysis. So we can't predict forward in time, what areas might flood, but based on past events, these are the best approximations of where flooding might happen in the future.
Okay.
Thank you.
Pam?
Thanks. One quick question. When I look at topo maps on the website on the town maps, are we now using the nice 1-foot LiDAR topography, or are we still using the old outdated topography? I hope the answer is we're using the new. Second, just you've talked about the zoning bylaw that's needed. Can you just give us a general picture of what kind of zoning bylaw is trying to cover this topic? Thanks.
Chris?
I can answer the first question and maybe Nate can answer the second question because he's actually working on the text of the zoning bylaw. But in terms of the first question, are we using the old maps or the new maps? Whichever maps are more restrictive are the maps that the Conservation Commission is using. That's what we were told by AECom and FEMA would be acceptable. So if you're looking at an area, it's really the Conservation Commission who's most concerned with the 100-year flood plain. And if you're looking at an area and you see that the old map is more restrictive, then you would use the old map. If you're looking at the area and the new map is more restrictive, then you would use the new map. So until the maps are adopted, you have to use whichever one is more restricted. And maybe Nate can answer the question about the text.
Nate?
Sure. So, as Chris mentioned, it's a zoning, we're going to adopt it as a zoning measure. So the flood area, both the floodway and the 100-year floodplain will be an overlay district. So, it won't be a base zone, it'll be an overlay. And FEMA likes that there's regulations to make sure there's appropriate development in the floodplain. And so they don't prohibit it necessarily, they have regulations. And so they want towns to make sure that they have, certain definitions, enforcement mechanisms, and just a process for review of projects in the floodplain. And so we're proposing a new section in the bylaw, as opposed to integrating it, it'll be one discrete section, say like section 17 of the zoning bylaw, and it'll be, 5 to 7 pages of required language that FEMA provides. So the state has a template. We're modifying a bit to meet Amherst needs, but really, 95% of the bylaw is mandated by FEMA in the state. So we can't make many changes to it in terms of language, but it's really about, reviewing projects and making sure, they're following the guidelines that FEMA and the flood program have laid out.
Chris, you have your hand up.
Yes, I wanted to mention that Nate and I are planning to bring the text of the zoning bylaw to the planning board before we bring it to town council. And I think the date that we're aiming for planning board would be sometime in the middle of March. I believe it's March 16th or something like that. So that would be a first view for the planning board of what the text might say. So people who are interested in seeing a first draft would, might want to either look at the planning board packet for that day or come to the meeting and hear Nate talk about that text. Thank you.
Okay, Jennifer.
Thank you. I'll be quick. This is very District 3 specific, but I noticed on the bottom of the first page of the floodplain memo from Paul Bockelman and Chris Brestrop, it said that it listed some of the brooks and rivers that you were looking at, and I noticed that Tam Brook wasn't there. And is that because it's in the district, and I hear residents talk about how it's increasingly is, I guess, flooding and it's affecting, properties. But and then when I looked at the map, I noticed that part of town was not in a floodplain. Is that just because Tam, really doesn't qualify? Is that too specific?
Chris, would you like to do that, or one of the staff?
I would call on Jennifer Moss to answer that question. Tanbrook and the downtown area of Amherst have never been included in the flood maps, and I don't really know the answer to that question, but maybe Jennifer can answer that.
Sure, I can take a chance at that. When FEMA looks at their analysis, they're looking at specific drainage areas. And if things are less than a square mile in drainage area, it's not studied. Now, the town has options to study that and have a letter of map revision, have it included in a future study. But it was below the threshold for this particular update.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there other questions from the council? Let me just mention that I'll be working with Paul and Christine to come up with what goes on which agenda when, and making sure that we have the material, if at all possible, a week in advance, so that counselors, like they did this time, have an opportunity to study it. Are there any other questions or, if you will, things that the council would like to make sure get included in that? Shalini.
Yeah, do we know how this flood map is impacting our residents, certain areas or certain properties?
Can we assume that we will be able to see from the maps which residents are impacted? That's the question. Chris?
You will be able to see that because we're basing the maps on aerial photography now, so you can actually zero in and actually see structures. So, for instance, the properties along East Hadley Road, the apartment complexes are shown on the maps, and I know that the brook has been, there's an area right along the river that has an impact on the brook. They actually filed I believe it was a letter of map revision or some kind of revision a few years ago to change their the flood zone in their particular area. But anyway, it is clear which structures and which properties are affected.
Okay. And Dorothy?
I hope I'm right in assuming that we don't have the danger of the Connecticut River, which has a mighty history of several major floods, one of which I was around for. And we don't have the Deerfield River, I don't think either, which ran crazy a couple of years ago and just took up a lot of stuff. So are we actually in a relatively okay position here in Amherst when it comes to possible crazy floods?
Chris?
Yes, we're in a good position. We're higher than the Connecticut River, and we're not in the vicinity of the Deerfield River. The Connecticut River watershed is being studied right now by AECOM and its parent company, which I think is called Compass. So they're doing a kind of region-wide study, and our maps will be included in that study. But we're not really impacted by the Connecticut River, and we're too far from the Deerfield River to be impacted by that. That's my understanding, but if someone else has a different point of view, I'd be welcome to hearing that.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions at this time? So Chris, we want to thank you, Nate, Mike Warner, Aaron Jock, and Jennifer Moss for joining us tonight. And we look forward to seeing you not too far from now with some detailed maps and a bylaw. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
with
you.
that, we are right on time, gang. Stay with us. We're going to take a 5-minute break and we'll be back. Please mute and also turn your screen off and put it back on when you come back to the room. Thank you. We need to start reassembling, please.
Yeah, because the whole question is, do we want to on the west side of Pembroke, where a southbound I-4, which has been talked about, is there room for parking, either parallel or?
We need to reassemble.
The sidewalk. Those are things I don't know. Yeah. Why should I? You know. I'm an expert.
Athena wanted me to use that.
That's a very interesting point.
Even if that's sanctioned, the bike.
They still will do it. Okay, that's really good.
2, 3. Okay. We seem to have everybody back, and my apologies to Guilford and Amy from DPW. I misspoke. We were going to try to do you before 8 o'clock. So we're moving right along. This item on our agenda is regarding the water regulations. At the end of the presentation, we'll have questions and then a vote to refer both the regulations and the proposed, the bylaw and the proposed regulations. Okay, I'm supposed to go to Paul first.
Yeah, thank you, Lynn. So this is, this is the first time you're seeing the water regulations and a water bylaw. In about a month, you'll see sewer regulations and a sewer bylaw that'll be along the same path. And so we're trying to formalize these documents. And they're developed by Amy Rusecki, who's our Assistant Superintendent of Public Works, and Guilford Mooring, our Superintendent of Public Works. And we have a very brief slideshow for you tonight. There are some questions and answers, but I know the deeper conversation will happen in your committees, your various committees. So turn it over to Amy, with your permission, Lynn.
Great, thank you. Oh, awesome. And Athena's on it. My slide presentation is up. So this might be my first time talking in front of the new counselors, so I'll just introduce myself. I'm Amy Rusecki, and I'm the Assistant Superintendent of Public Works. Paul set the stage there perfectly. I'm just going to go over a couple of items, especially since some of you guys might not be as familiar with the water system that we have, and then, kind of why we're bringing these regulations forward. So if you can go to the next slide, please. So a quick update on the water system, and this might be information that a lot of you guys know, but our water system is pretty complex. So when you look at the sources that we have that give us water, we have both reservoirs. We've got the Atkins Reservoir, which is just over the border in Shutesbury, and it goes to the Atkins Water Treatment Plant. And then we have 3 reservoirs up in Pelham that all go to the Centennial Water Treatment Plant. So that's 4 reservoirs total. And then you can see in the south end of town, we have appropriately named wells 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 for our 5 drinking water wells. And one of those wells, well number 4, actually gets further treatment at the Baby Carriage Water Treatment Plant. So that's our 3 water treatment facilities that we operate. There's storage that we have in the system that stores the water so that it's able to get to all of the houses when they need it. So we own 3 storage tanks. One of them's in the south end of town on Bay Road. It's off the road and kind of up the hillside, but if you've been hiking, you might have hiked by it at some point. There's one right on North Pleasant Street on the upper side of the UMass campus. You'll actually notice there's 2 water tanks there. One of them is the town of Amherst one, and one of them is actually the UMass owned water tank. And then our 3rd water tank is just tucked around behind the Village Park Apartments. So those are the 3 water storage tanks. In terms of infrastructure, from there, the water leaves the water treatment plants or the tanks, and it goes through about 120 miles worth of water main to get to all of the various houses, businesses, industries in town. We also have a booster pump station right in front of the Pelham Police Station, and that just boosts the pressure up so that we have enough pressure to get to serve the houses in Pelham that we serve up there. In terms of usage, we average about 3 million gallons a day. That usage goes up and down, not only seasonally, because in the summer, as you can imagine, there's a lot of outdoor water usage. People are watering their lawns, washing their cars, filling swimming pools. But we also have seasonal fluctuations because of the college population. We have so many students come in and so many students leaving that also makes the water usage fluctuate. And then when it comes to the users of our system, we have about 6,500 connections to the water system. So that means about 6,500 different water bills go out. And that's everything from, a single family residence to large apartment complexes, businesses in the downtown area, and the large institutions in town. And then the bottom thing that I have here is straight out of our budgeting book every year, but it's the mission of the water system, which is to develop, treat, and distribute a sufficient supply of high quality water to meet the needs of Amherst residents, businesses, and institutions through a user fee-based revenue system. So that's kind of what sets the table for what we're doing. If we can go to the next slide. So why are we talking about this? The biggest thing is it's time. Back in the early 1970s, the town of Amherst approved water use regulations, sewer use regulations, and construction standards. And while we've adopted several policies since that time, nobody can set their hand on the actual 1970 regulations. And then there's also just a lot of pieces of paper out there from all the different policies that we've included since then. And so really this is an attempt to put everything together, document it, and create one organized location where we have all of the rules and expectations out there for what the town of Amherst is responsible for and what the users are responsible for. There's a couple of things that you'll see that are incorporated in there. So, I'm saying early 1970s. So really 50 years ago was the last time that we had a wholesale change to the water use regulations. There have been a lot of state and federal regulations that have impacted water users since that time. A couple of the big ones, the lead and copper rule, which was instituted in 1991 and has been revised since then. That sets the standards on what you can use for your water service lines and some of the construction materials that can be used. And so some of those new regulations are baked into to what we're proposing. Cross connection control program. So that's a program that basically ensures that when you have chemical usage, that there's no way that can backflow into the system. And that was a huge push back in 1973. So just right after these initial regulations would have been put in place, the cross connection control programs would have come forward. And again, those have gone through several iterations, but that's a really important program that we do to protect the safety of our drinking water. And so again, there's talk in these regulations about where we need to have backflow devices to protect our system. And then, more recently, drought. I'm sure you guys listening to the news have heard a lot about drought. And so in 2004, the state adopted their most recent drought management plan, and that has requirements on potential for water use restrictions in the summer when certain drought triggers are met. And so we needed to have some language that just allows us to exercise that when needed. And then the other thing is that there's newer technology. In the last 50 years, we've had some new technology. And so two of the bigger ones that come to mind are, for the last 5 years, we've been installing meters that have a little radio on it that allow us to get accurate water readings without having to enter your house or without having to find a little box on the outside of your house, which is how a lot of the water meters that haven't been upgraded are read. And so that technology is incorporated in. And then looking back at the drought management plan, one of the big suggestions that they talk about is having moisture meters on irrigation systems. So it's something that just makes sure that you don't have you don't have irrigation systems going when it's raining outside. It's a simple little device that will turn off those automated systems. And so again, we have that language in the regulations. So just a couple of examples of that. We can go to the next slide. So, so from there, just you'll see that the regulations, hopefully you guys didn't fall asleep trying to read them. I know it's a lot. There's 5 different sections that kind of outline. And so the beginning of it is just the background and introduction. And so the reality is we're just trying to set the stage for what these regulations are, put standard definitions in there because, those of us in the industry, we tend to use a lot of terminology and we need to make sure that everyone's very clear on what different words mean. And then it just lays the groundwork for the applicability of those regulations. The second section talks about the water system components. So this really gets into the nuts and bolts of what the quality, workmanship, ownership, and maintenance responsibilities are of all of the parts and pieces of our water system. So just ensuring that we don't have lead service lines being installed, stuff like that, but also just making sure that you get, laying out it lays out a lot of that stuff. So the third section, charges and rates. So that lays out the schedule of the rates, how often invoicing happens, what happens if there's non-payment. It just lays out a lot of the financial portions of the user agreement. Section 4 is acquisition or discontinuation of service. So that really lays out how a new user would either enter a system or disconnect if they want to disconnect. And similarly, if the town wants to either, typically we're not going to tell someone that they have to connect, but there might be a situation where we need to disconnect someone from this from the system, and it would lay out how that works and what the rights are there. And then the last section just talks about liability. So the liability conditions for both sides, who's liable for what and how that's handled. So that's kind of the quick snapshot of how we walked through everything. You can go to the next slide, which just says, do we have any questions?
Thank you. I'm actually going to pause for a moment and add it to your packet from Paul, from the town manager, was an additional memo, and it really talks about bylaw versus regulation. And I wonder, Paul, if you'd like to speak to that.
Sure. So when we were built, the DPW put together the regulations, and then when we were looking at how does the town council, you're serving as water commissioners at this moment in time, how do you go about adopting regulations? And we either look for the guidance either in a bylaw, in a state law, or in your rules of procedure. And so the rules of procedure address some of it, but as we started to look at this, it seemed to make sense to have an actual bylaw that would guide you in how these regulations or future regulations would be addressed. So there are 2 things in front of you. One is a water regulation bylaw that sets the parameters for how you adopt and change regulations. And then the other thing is the actual regulations that Amy addressed, the multi-page thing, which is very, very detailed and very complex. So the concept was, rather than put all those regulations into the bylaw, you would adopt a bylaw that would then allow more flexibility in adjusting those regulations. Does that make sense?
Let me parallel this with an observation at the federal and state level. You will pass legislation, and then you go to the body that is authorizing it, administering it, and they will what's called promulgate regulations. And for the purposes of that, they will often hold hearings and ask for input from people, and they may change the regulations, but the basic law doesn't change that often. This is not something we as a council have ever done before. We've only ever dealt with bylaws. But in this case, we're being asked because we are the water commissioners to deal with both the bylaw and the regulations. Okay. And I think what Paul just said explains both that extra memo. So I'm looking for questions now, either about the bylaw or the regulations, and Mandy Jo.
A couple, I sent Paul many of them that I don't think need to be discussed tonight because they're more technical, but on the bylaw, I recommend getting rid of the fine because the only person who could violate the bylaw is us as a town council in promulgating regulations wrongly without doing all the notice. So I'm not sure if the bylaw needs a fine. Which goes back to some of my other questions on the water regulations, which is the penalty that I found just a couple places where there was talk of a fine, and then a civil penalty general for violating the regulations that was $10,000 a day of violation. I don't know what we can go that high. I've always thought our non-criminal disposition penalty was a max of $300 a day. So I just want that checked out beyond the fact that I find 10,000 really high. So I'd want to know why that number was chosen if we do stick with that. On page 7, section 2A5A, the service section, it references providing service through only one water service pipe and curb stop per property. Does this mean that a duplex or a townhome or an apartment complex can, even an apartment complex building, if there's 4 buildings on the property, can only have 1 meter, and such that the individual units within that can't be billed separately? And is that something we want to address or maybe allow for separate billing? Because I've always thought that if each unit has its own bill, they conserve water more than if they never see how much water they use. The leaking service on page 9 has a 7-day requirement to find a contractor, hire a contractor, obtain a repair permit from the town and complete repairs, I think, if I read that correctly. That seems really quick is all I'm gonna say. Like, is that a reasonable amount of time? Water use restrictions, page 22, section 5B4A says that it's the DPW that imposes the water use restrictions. Since we're water commissioners, should we be doing that? Is there a reason? I'd like to know the reason behind choosing the DPW over the council. And just the last one is the agricultural meters appendix B. I'd actually prefer if it was worked into the actual regulations. I do have some concerns that it conflicts with the regulations as written, but I'm wondering why we need a separate appendix. I know that's what the select board adopted, but I think it would be clearer if it was part of the regulations.
Okay. And you mentioned that you had already forwarded those to Paul.
And others that are less discussion worthy at the council.
Okay.
That's what I would say.
I didn't think I had seen them is why I'm asking.
Just forward them to Paul during the presentation.
Okay, thanks. And the reason I asked that is because the vote will be to refer to TSO, and so I want to make sure that they have all of that information. Dorothy.
We're in an age of technology which changes all the time. And people think, what? You can't find the paper from the 1970s, but of course you can't find the paper from the 1970s. So I'm hoping that you're not planning to have just a wonderful set of computer documents, that in addition to your computer documents, you will actually have books, a library. You know, books actually last longer than anything else. When I think about putting my family photos, which are still in boxes in the basement, we've gone through 5 different technologies in the time I haven't dealt with them. And I've decided I will actually make books because that technology will last. And the whole system could change right away. I mean, the thing of keeping records, it really is a challenge. And you need and maybe you do have a library with a librarian who actually has, you know, physical copies of things. Anyway, that's just my suggestion.
Are there other questions or comments? Dorothy? I mean, I'm sorry, Dorothy, you put your hand down. Pam Rooney.
It's really more a question for Mr. Bockelman. And if we had the process for adoption of the regulations, and I wonder if he could, I've read it, but it's sometimes helpful to hear him say it. What is his recommendation of a two-pronged approach, and why that over the three options that are on the table?
So there isn't a clear path forward that the council has already established. So it's really up to the council how you would like to move forward on this. I have found, and with the way we have addressed things in other general bylaws and this community, but also in other communities, that it tends to be the easiest, as Lynn explained, to adopt the law and then to establish regulations that are, you're the same body. You would, as the council, you would adopt the law, but you're also the water commissioners, so you could adopt the regulations. The other option available to you is to delegate the adoption of regulations to the town manager, which is what you've done in some situations as well. So as we start to look at the different, I looked at the different bylaws that the town had adopted and saw how the town had identified the regulations and the way of implementing these various laws. And there's no single way that it's been done every time. It's been done slightly differently. If you recall, most recently, the stormwater management bylaw and the illicit discharge detection and elimination bylaw, those are the two things that were most recently adopted by the town council, actually. The only two things that were adopted by the town council in this type of area. They adopted the bylaw and then delegated the regulations to the town manager to implement. So it's just sort of how you would like to manage the business of the town, I think is really, and I think that's why GOL will have an important conversation about this as well.
Andy.
Yeah, I had one question. Part of the system is that we have the water that goes into the reservoirs or into the wells and the need to protect them, to protect the water sources that are entering our system. And I was wondering where those regulations happen and how Amy, as our water expert, monitors what is being proposed that might change land use in areas that feed into the system.
Amy? Guilford.
Do you want it, Amy?
I'll take whichever one of you would like to answer the question.
You could start and I'll chime in.
So most of the protection for our watershed land is included in our zoning rules in Amherst. And that's the same for other communities, Pelham, Shutesbury, Leverett. Yeah, that have part of the watershed land in them. And we get notices as abutters to as property abutters. And we also talk a lot with the conservation agents and the planning staffs in the other towns, to coordinate. And that's usually how we know what's going on in other towns and what could be a threat or not a threat to the watershed that's coming about. We've known about solar. When solar goes up in other communities, we've been notified about it. We know when it's coming. We've been notified about housing projects that someone's building a house. And then the rules are in place for what is and what isn't allowable by the state and by zoning. So that's how we kind of control the watershed protection plan.
Okay. Amy, did you want to add to that? Okay.
Actually,
Paul, you would like to add?
yeah, I think, so there are state regulations that control this as well. So around a well, there's a zone 1 and a zone 2 that provides protection, and that's provided by the state level. And so there's certain things that can happen within zone 1, zone 2, and I know Amy and Guilford know this better than I. So there's state regulations that do it, plus the zoning protections. And there's sometimes some communities will have an overlay district that protects the water supply as well.
All right. Amy, anything else on that? You've been attributed to knowing more than he does, so I just want to make sure we checked with you, okay? Kathy?
Okay. I did not do the careful read that Mandy did of the longer document. So I have a question when I just scanned it. And this is just something that occurred in the past year that I know both Amy and Guilford know about it. It's there have been occasions where people are getting estimated bills. And I notice it says meters shall be read regularly. But if you get, is there any protection that if for some reason the meter is not read regularly for more than a year, that you protect the recipient from a surprise bill? And in one instance, it was an adjustment that went back for 5 years with a substantial bill, even though a bill had come every time, it was always an estimated bill. So can we write in that kind of protection? Would that be in the guidelines that, so it's an obligation on the reader to read it, at least, not let it go on. So I don't know where that type, and this was dealt with because our DPW leader can make exceptions or can do rebates and can waive it. So the person ended up being fined, but I don't feel like it should have to be done on a case-by-case basis. I feel like there should be a protection written in. Guilford or Amy?
I'll take that one. Unfortunately, the way we are set up for billing and so forth is there will be surprises, and unfortunately, they have to be handled on a case-by-case basis. The surprises just happen, and there's different reasons. We got one today. Person got a large bill. It was $29,000. They got the bill because somebody crossed two accounts, and the reading went to the wrong account. So when the reading went to that account, there was a whole lot of usage, and the person called us immediately and started asking questions. And those things sometimes do happen. It's just human error. We try to reduce it and prevent it as much as possible, but it does happen. We can put in something that says it's your responsibility to check your bill and let us know. Every time I talk to someone, I tell them, if you get an estimated reading, you better be calling us and screaming at us and we're not doing our job because we didn't get a reading. We should be coming and getting the reading and pounding on your door to get the reading. So there should be a lot of action when we don't get readings. There shouldn't be any estimated bills, but we do have them, and I'm not sure how we prevent them. There's always going to be one or two that pops up.
Okay, Amy?
I was just going to add to that, partly this also comes back to our push for changing out the meters. Some of these meters where we're getting estimated bills, the meters, I looked at one today that was installed in 1976. That meter's 50 years old, and the reading technology, something has happened since that time. It's why we're trying to replace all the meters and get this better technology. So then the number of accounts that we have to estimate are smaller. And then we can be more aggressive tackling them because we have the time to tackle them. Right now, we have too many and we can't tackle them. That being said, about 2 years ago, we started, anybody that gets an estimated bill, they get a letter that says, we couldn't get a reading. We need to go in and replace your meter. And so at this point, people that have been estimated for 2 years, they've been ignoring 2 years worth of letters from us to try to replace their meter. So we have been a little more aggressive trying to do that, but that's part of the push for the radio reads.
Okay, are there other questions? Paul, I'm sorry.
Yeah, just to emphasize that one of the goals of doing the meter replacements is so that we don't have to gain access to people's homes, which is hard to do sometimes because they're not home, and we try to get in to do the meter reads. That's why the radio reads are so much more efficient. And also, I wonder, Amy, if you could just, there is the Water Resource Protection Committee, which has hydrologists and other people on it. Can you explain the role that they play in terms of it? advisors to you and what roles they play in terms of the water system?
Yeah, so there is the Water Supply Protection Committee, and it's made up of hydrologists, professors from UMass, from environmental engineering, super knowledgeable people. We're so fortunate in this area to just have experts on our Water Supply Protection Committee. And they help advise us, especially when it comes to some of these questions of watershed protection. And so I'm sure, Paul, partly what you're alluding to is the questions of stuff like solar in the watershed. There's a lot of technical information out there, and we need technical minds to help do that. And so ultimately what the committee is doing right now is reviewing a lot of that information so that ultimately the committee can decide, do we need to be aggressive about trying to get zoning regulations changed? Do we need to write letters to oppose when there's a solar on a watershed land? Or do we feel okay about that and not need to be in a place to comment on it? So they're taking a technical dive so that, Guilford and I in the town of Amherst can attack the problems with the, the scientific knowledge behind why we're doing it.
Anna.
Okay, so I'm terrified that the question I'm going to ask is ridiculous, so just know that up front. All right, so looking through this, I'm seeing, I appreciate both of you shaking your heads. We'll see if I can convince you that I can be ridiculous. So looking through this, I was looking at the lawn irrigation section, and the part I'm a little stuck on is what is the definition of connected to the municipal water system? That would just be everything, right? If I'm connecting a hose to my house for a sprinkler. Thank you, Guilford shaking his head. Can you explain what, or maybe you're nodding, can you explain what that part means? Because if it means what I think it does, I have a follow-up question.
So there are people who have individual wells at their house they use for lawn irrigation. And so we're not trying to say we're regulating those irrigation systems. We want to only regulate the ones connected to our water system.
Okay, can I ask my follow-up question then?
Please.
Okay, so the follow-up questions are, it says it needs to be permitted through the town. And I went on the permit website and I couldn't figure out what permit that would need. And so I'm trying to close that loop, right? So if someone is trying to water their lawn, two, are we also, when I'm looking at this, there's really good requirements on there, and each of those requirements has a cost associated with it, right? So not each of them, but some of them. So you need to then get a specific type of regulator that shuts the sprinkler off. Is it enough to just say, I'm going to just turn it on from 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. or whatever? So part one is, are we allowing people to kind of just do this manually as humans? Two, what permit is that? And it's possible I missed it, but is that loop totally closed where people can find the permit they need to get and get it easily through the permitting portal?
So you actually stumbled on one of the pieces that's new. And when the regulation is, and when we put this regulation in place, we'll then be putting together how we do this, what the application will look like and so forth. Right now, if you have a home and you want to put in a sprinkler system, you can just put one in, and we know some of them because they put it in when they put the house service in, but some people just put it in after the fact. So this is something new to come in more in compliance with the state regulations for monitoring and knowing who has sprinkler systems and so forth.
So you're saying, when you say sprinkler systems, you really are talking about the kind that are built into the home. You're not talking about someone just putting a sprinkler on the end of a hose in their yard.
It is just, one that's built into the home.
Okay, cool. It might be great to define that a little bit more clearly in the lawn irrigation section.
Okay. Pam Rooney.
I was thinking about section 2, which is, I think, the repair and maintenance and ownership of the different sections of the system, and recalling Mrs. Fetterman's concern that she got a whopping bill. I think the time frame that Mandy Jo alluded to over there was that a week. You have a week to discover that your line is leaking somehow, and I don't know how you discover it until maybe the next spring. to then get it fixed, repaired and so forth, and who owns that part of the process. So maybe could there be a little bit more explanation of just how someone would ever discover that they were leaking until they got the next whopping bill?
Oh,
Guilford, go ahead.
all right. So there's several ways to know you have a leak. One is you have this puddle that mysteriously appears in your front yard. That happens. You could also get a leak before your meter inside your house. You'd really notice that one really fast. And then the third way is that you have a slow leak, which you don't notice because you get it by the reading. There is a fourth way, which is when we go around and do leak detections, we can actually see if you have a leak in your service. So those are the ways you'll know there's a leak. Unfortunately, we're going to really push back hard on the 7 days. People in Amherst forget things sometimes. And if we're not pushing hard on the 7 days, we want you to be talking to us and engaging us and working out the plan. It can take longer than 5 days. It can take.
No.
Oh,
I was raising my hand to say something, but go ahead.
Okay, it can take longer than 7 days to repair it, but we want you talking to us and telling us how you're going to handle it. We've had people who have not talked to us and said, oh yeah, we'll take care of it, and just kind of blown us off. And that's not a big deal for them because one, they're not paying for the water. It's not going through their meter. But then they have to pay to repair the lit service, and they don't want to pay for the repair. On the other side of the coin, we are penalized by the state if we have leaks that extend for a long period of time. That's unaccounted for. It's not actually considered unaccounted for water, but it hurts our per capita water use, which we're required every year. So getting people to be proactive about controlling things, wasteful water use, leaks in their houses, leaks in their service outside the house, that's something we're pushing really hard because water is a pretty valuable resource. As we're all seeing, places are losing their water and they don't have water. And we have to, and we're being told by DEP, we have to take a more proactive approach to being a pretty tight and leak-proof system.
Amy?
No, Guilford kind of hit on that a little bit, but I'll say that the state, we get slapped on the wrist if more than 90% of our water isn't accounted for. So that means 90% of the water that we produce, if we can't then show it in metered usage, we get a penalty for that. And where that 10% falls is these little leaks in the system. And the state, any leak that is less than 7 days. So when you have a water main break, we can say, here's the estimated amount of usage, and that doesn't count towards that 10%. Anything that's more than 7 days, we can't count that towards that unaccounted for usage. So it's just clicking up towards that 10%, where if we get over that threshold, we're going to get slapped on the wrist. And so that's where that 7 day window comes from, is that the state says anything more than 7 days is no longer a leak. That's their expectations on how long it takes from when you know to when you can get it fixed.
Andy, Joe, I'm going to ask a few questions before I come back to you. So while we're on the issue of Ms. Fetterman's, I'm trying to better understand this. So we make the homeowner pay for connection between the house and the main line, even if some of it's in the road or on public property, public way. Is that a correct statement?
Yes, that's a correct. For the 20 years I've been here, that's a correct statement. And before I got here, it was a correct statement. And when the town didn't own the water system and it was a private company, that's how they operated the system as well.
Okay. And how is that different from the surrounding towns?
Some towns actually, they're responsible for the service from the main to the house. Springfield, they do that. They do the whole service as their responsibility. Some towns do it from the property line to the house. is the homeowner's responsibility, and from the property line back to the main is the town's. Some actually have depending on how long the service is, they have a prorated type of thing. I was recently told about a community that the first so many feet is the town's responsibility, and the rest of it's all the homeowner's responsibility. There are communities that do have it the same as we do. Northampton used to have it the same way we do, but then a rather vocal resident had a high bill, and the town council changed it. It's all based on what the community wants to have as their rule, and we've required it for quite a ways. Mrs. Fetterman's not the only one that's had to do a repair in the time period she's asking to be graced or reimbursed. There's probably over at least 25 other homeowners who had to go into the street and go all the way to the main to make a water line repair. So as you think about it, it's your choice as water commissioners, but there is ramifications to making the choice. There's financial ramifications of making other people whole. There's also financial ramifications going forward if you change the policy of things that we will now be responsible for that we're not responsible for, and we'll have to gear up and be staffed and equipped to handle some things that we don't do now.
So where would the money for us assuming any of that responsibility come from? Water
That comes from the water rates, because the water system is a self-sufficient and self-supporting entity. It's not a tax. It's not part of the general taxation unless the town decided to give us a startup fund to start it.
And so you're giving me the example that there were others at the same time as Mrs. Fetterman had her problems. Could you provide us with some of the examples, if you will, of the cost of those additional repairs, and have we had other complaints?
We have had people complain about it in the past, and we tell them this is the rule, and then that's the end of the complaints. We cannot provide the cost of the service line repairs because we don't get copies of between the private homeowner and the contractor. We do not get that information.
Are there any situations where a damage that was done is actually not, maybe in fact has been caused by something the town has done? Digging, excessive equipment, heavy equipment, that kind of thing.
There hasn't been one caused by the town recently. There was one caused by another contractor, and we made the contractor make those repairs, and that contractor is not very welcome in town anymore.
Okay, I have other questions, but I'm going to go on to Andy. You've not asked any questions yet.
Actually, I did ask a question earlier about a watershed area. But to stay on the subject that we're on, when we extended sewer lines, we charged that to the system and not to the homeowners who were in the neighborhoods. And it was therefore absorbed by ratepayers throughout the entire system. And I'm thinking of Amherst Woods in particular, because I think that was the most recent major one. I think the other one may have been along Harkness Road. When we've done that, what has been the extent of the town's payment through the town-wide funding, and what has been the individual homeowners for hookup?
So when we extend the sewer line, we pay for the sewer main, and we pay for a sewer service stub from the main to the property line. We put all new stubs in when we put the sewer line in, because we don't want people digging up the road after we've repaved the road. So then, to make up for the fact that we're putting the stub in, when you connect, if you're a homeowner like in Amherst Woods and you connect to the sewer system, you're charged a $2,000 connection fee versus a $1,000 connection fee if you have to install the stub all the way to the main. And it's the same in water as well. When we replace a water line, we don't charge the homeowners, we replace the water line, and we'll replace all the water service stubs all the way to the property line and reconnect everybody. If you are not connected to the water, if you're on a well, like there's a couple of houses on Northampton Road that when we replace the water line on Northampton Road, we'll put water stubs to their property line on Northampton Road. But then if they want to connect, they pay $2,000 to connect versus the $1,000 to connect that normal people, that people who go all the way to the main are charged, not normal people, people who go to the main.
Thank you.
Andy, did you have a follow-up question on that?
No, I just said thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mandy Jo.
Yeah, so to this stub sort of question, so maybe I read the regulation wrong as proposed, but I thought the regulation was proposing that from the curb stop to, from the house side of the curb stop, it was the homeowner's responsibility or the property owner's responsibility, but curb stop to the main was the town's responsibility. The regulations are not written that way. It is even on the sort of town side of the curb stop would be the property owner's responsibility for any repairs, as long as it wasn't the main. Is that correct? Because I guess I thought that was the difference, is which side of the curb stop the repair needed to be on. And is the regulation not written that way? And back to the leaking service. Thanks for the explanation of 7 days. It's just, how, you know, there's this, unless an alternative repair schedule is presented by the owner and approved by the utility, do you approve them regularly? Because I guess I'm going back to some experience with trying to find contractors, get contracts signed, even the permit from the town. 7 days is almost impossible to do half of that, let alone all of that and the way it's written, and facilitate the repairs within 7 working days. So is that agreement, alternative repair schedule, approved by the utility, which is DPW in this instance, regularly if it's there? Or do you guys not approve an alternative repair schedule if it can't be done in 7 days, but they're talking to you to try and get it done?
So there's 2 questions there. One is the interpretation or the understanding about property line to the main. And the second one was the back to the 7 days.
So the first question, the regulation is written that the service from the main, or the corporation, we call it, to the house is the property owners. There is a curb stop in the middle, which is another valve at the property line. But we meant to write it the same way we've been enforcing it, although Amy's giving me a look.
No, I was just going to say, if you want to look at, it's section 2A1A. It says the water service pipe, including the corporation curb stop, valve box cover, and tapping saddle, as it extends from the water main to the premise, shall be installed, maintained, and abandoned at the customer's expense. That's the line that covers that language and that intent.
Thank you. And the other
Go ahead, go for it.
question, going back to, is it 7 days that you were basically asking the people to be making an effort, or is it 7 days that they actually have to repair?
That's 7 days to be making an effort. You have to contact us, you have to come up, and most of the time, the biggest thing we get is, I don't know who to talk to. And we give you a list, we give people a list of people in town who do this work, or outside town to do the work. So as you come in within a couple of days and start talking to us about how do I do this, or I found someone to do this, and start working with this, then we pretty much stop the 7 day count and we start working towards getting it corrected. If you don't talk to us in 7 days, the next thing you get from us is, we're going to shut your water off because you're not talking to us and you have a leak. And we've sent those out, and then we usually get a phone call the next day it's received, and people start talking to us again. The goal is to get people talking to us and get things moving towards repair. You also can't do a repair in the winter unless it's a really gushing, it's a really big leak. We don't do repairs in the winter. We start working towards knowing how to do it, and when the first time we'll have a chance to do it. And we work with the homeowners, and it's not like, okay, your 7 days is up, we're shutting your water off if you've been talking to us. It's you talk to us, we start working with you and working up a plan.
Okay, Mandy Jo helped. Okay. Dorothy?
I want to comment about the homeowner's obligation. As you know, I had this with a sewer pipe, and we had a very, very long way before we hit the main. It was on the corner of Sunset. I live in the middle of Amity. But I had homeowner's insurance because I'd heard horror stories about this, and it was not that expensive. Is there homeowner's insurance for the water lines similarly? Because if there is, I think that if you're going to have this as the rule, that you need to publicize this, and that certainly all of the realtors in town should tell people you need to get homeowners insurance for your water line and your sewer line. Because as I say, the fees of the insurance were not high at all, and our bill was over $35,000. So it really was very helpful.
Are you aware whether there's homeowners insurance for water lines?
There are homeowner insurance policies that do help you with your water line and your sewer line and some other services that come to your house. There's also private companies, some we know of, some that come in and we're not too sure about, who will also sell insurance and home repairs for you as well. There's different types of organizations that do that, and there are different grades of service.
Thank you. Pat?
Yeah, just a small question. You mentioned Harkness Road, and I was also thinking about the Echo Hill South line. What happens when a sewer line or a water line is just gotten too old? Who's responsible for replacing it then? The homeowner or the town or a combination?
So for our sewer main or a water main, if it's old and we're ready to replace it, the utility will pay for the replacement cost. And then, like I said, this utility will put service stubs out to the property lines and reconnect everybody who's already connected. And we'll leave new stubs to vacant lots that haven't been connected yet. And that way you don't tear up the brand new pavement, because once we finish putting the water and sewer in, or water or service, we do pave the road, and we don't want to have people cutting the road up.
Obviously, there's more questions. This is going to be a referral, so I'm going to make the motion and look for a second. It's to refer the proposed water regulations bylaw. No, it's to refer the proposed water regulations and proposed bylaw to the Town Services and Outreach Committee with review by the Finance Committee and GOL, Governance Legislation Organization Legislation Committee, with a report to the Town Council by April 4th, 2022. Is there a second?
Haneke seconds.
Okay. And Athena, did you get the slight change in that motion? Okay. Before we vote, I just want to mention, this is a general bylaw. It's not a zoning bylaw. So it's going to TSO. However, TSO should hold a hearing with regard to this and the regulations. Yes? Paul? Yep.
Yes,
Okay.
which makes me a little concerned about the timing of April 4th.
I'm looking at April 4th and I'm going, yeah, right.
I don't think there's any requirements to hold a hearing, which means there's not any notice requirements in that sense, given so since it's not a zoning bylaw, there's no requirement to hold a formal hearing. That doesn't mean they shouldn't indicate when something is
Right.
being done,
Right.
but I don't think there's any formal publication
Right.
requirements.
And also, I just want to point out, when we say with the report can be, we're still working on it. Okay? Yes, Christina.
There is a bulletin board publication requirements, but not the hearing.
A bulletin board, but not a public notice in the newspaper. Okay. But what Mandy Jo is saying, right now, we have no rule that says we have to hold a hearing on this. Okay, so the motion's been made and seconded. Is there any further question or comment? Seeing none, I'm going to then start with Pat DeAngelis.
Aye.
Anna Devlin Gothier.
Aye.
Lynn Griesmer's an aye. Mandy Jo Hannicky.
Aye.
Anika Lopes.
Aye.
Michelle Miller.
Yes.
Dorothy Pan.
Yes.
Pam Rooney.
Aye.
Kathy Shane.
Yes.
Andy Steinberg.
Aye.
Jennifer Taub.
Aye.
Alicia Walker.
Aye.
Shalini Von-Milne.
Yes.
Thank you. We're going on to, and so thank you, Guilford and Amy. Thank you for bringing all of your expertise with regarding to water to the town council and to the town of Amherst. Thanks. Michelle?
Lynn, I'm having a little trouble hearing you. It's a little muffled from here. So
Thank you. I'll try to speak more directly into the mic, but let me know if that continues to be a problem.
thank you.
We're going on to proposed zoning Article 16, temporary moratorium on the permitting and approval of large-scale ground mount solar energy systems, including photovoltaic installations. This requires 9 votes to pass and 9 votes in favor. I'm going to make the motion and look for a second. To adopt zoning Article 16, temporary moratorium on the permitting and approval of large-scale ground-mounted solar energy systems, including photovoltaics installations, as shown on page 7 and 8 of the motion sheet. Is there a second?
I
Second,
second it.
DeAngelis.
Okay, thank you. Are there comments or questions at this time? Mandy Jo.
Yes, thank you. A little over 4 years ago, on November 8th, 2017, the Amherst Town Meeting unanimously passed a resolution titled Resolution in Support of 100% Renewable Energy. At the time, myself, Andy Steinberg, Pat DeAngelis, and Jennifer Taub were town meeting members during that unanimous passage. The resolution was enacted exactly 4 years before the sponsors of this proposed temporary moratorium proposed their temporary moratorium. That resolution says in part, now therefore be it resolved by town meeting that the town of Amherst should commit to a goal of 100% clean renewable energy and move as quickly as possible to achieve that goal. Be it further resolved that the town of Amherst and its staff will consider all municipal decisions in light of whether they will bring the town and its residents, businesses, and institutions closer to 100% renewable energy. Be it further resolved, the town of Amherst will avoid taking actions that could increase the use of fossil fuels or delay the transition to 100% renewable energy. Be it further resolved that the town of Amherst will strive to take actions to promote clean energy and reduce fossil fuel use. I recognize that resolutions are not binding, but in the recent past, this town council and its members have used the passage of resolutions to argue and support actual actions by the council. And more recently, the language in this particular resolution has been used to argue that it was the council's duty to support and move forward with community choice aggregation. The moratorium that is issued tonight is a direct action that would violate not only the spirit, but the words of this resolution, as it would be a direct action that would delay the transition to 100% renewable energy. In my time in government, I've seen firsthand how we love our resolutions and statements about things, especially making those statements about global actions or state actions or anything through resolutions. Yet I've also seen that when we have to do our own actions and we seek to act on those statements, sometimes we don't like to do the act. We just like to make a statement. Smart, sensible approaches to solar siting don't depend on moratoriums. I believe it's time we stay and support the resolution that was unanimously passed by our predecessor legislature, and do not take any actions that would delay the transition. This moratorium would delay the transition to 100% renewable energy. I will be voting against it.
Shalini?
I just wanted to make the disclosure first that I've spoken with Ms. Lauren Duca at the Ethics Commission to clarify if there was a conflict of interest, and I was informed that there isn't. So I've filed a memo, and I've filed a memo that includes my conversation with the Ethics Commission. And that was based on Form 23B3 that has also been filed with the town clerk that shares all the relevant information if anybody wants to look that up. That being said, should I go ahead with a comment?
Michelle Miller?
Can I go ahead with the comment, or
Shalini, go ahead.
Okay, and so that doesn't count in my 3 minutes though, right?
Go ahead.
Okay. I just want to say that I'm hearing actually that we're more in agreement as a town than disagreement. So 3 things that we all agree on is that we care about our Amherst forests and natural resources. I'm hearing that we are committed to climate change as a town. And I'm hearing that we care about how this large-scale solar projects are going to impact neighbors and our communities. That might include access roads that will lead up to it that are abutting a neighbor's house. We care about watershed, about the drinking water, how all the different impacts that we've heard. We are hearing all of those, and we are very serious, and we really care about that. Where we might differ is about the unintended consequences of an 18-month moratorium. And so for that, I defer to the experts in our town. We have the ETI, the Energy Transitions Institute, which is not just solar experts, but they include a wide spectrum of people, including Brian Yellen, who is an expert in stormwater management and who's also in the water committee that we just heard about, and that we have very solid scientists, experts on watershed, on stormwater management in our town. So what I'm saying is though, and all of these people that we've heard from were opposing, including Brian Yellen, opposing a moratorium. And because there is huge impact of that, to cite one, to put a moratorium in place would be like allowing 750 cars to idle on the road. So by putting a moratorium, we are saying we're adding 750 cars per day of moratorium to idle out on the road. And that's not a good, that's just one of them. On the other hand, just recently we got a report, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, with 270 researchers from 67 countries. And this report was so clear, and I cite them. They said the cumulative scientific evidence is unequivocal. Climate change is a threat to human well-being and planetary health. Any further delay in concerted anticipatory global action on adaptation and mitigation will miss a brief and rapidly closing window of opportunity to secure a livable and sustainable future for all. So I want us to take that really seriously, even though we may not be directly impacted yet in Amherst. This is impacting the world in a very rapid way. Now, this does not, last thing is that this does not mean that we allow for all solar. So I want to highlight, we have people, processes, and tools in place to ensure that we approach these large-scale projects in a thoughtful way. and address the concerns that are being raised related to wetlands, erosions, noise, battery storage, driveway and access, and all of these concerns. We can do that just as our neighboring towns have done. They have used Section 53G in state law to hire a consultant and the experts that we've heard again and again that are there in our town to assist in and to assist us in assessing the criteria and what impacts could happen because of large scale solar. And the Section 50, wait 1 second, hold on, section, okay, 40, okay, so basically we have safeguards, and Section 48 allows us to impose conditions. If there is a special permit, I just want everyone to understand that whenever there's a special permit, a zoning board of appeals can put in any condition, safeguards and limitations in the special permit that's offered. So we have a lot of we have a lot of control to make sure that we do large scale solar with more thought. Okay, thank you.
Michelle.
Just to clarify, this is the discussion on this matter, right? So there's no other. I'm sorry.
The discussion on
this
the
is the
moratorium.
discussion. Yeah. Okay. There's not like any additional time to speak about this. Okay. Thank you. So I would like to thank the sponsors and the community members and the staff who weighed in on this and who answered questions. I reviewed everything that was made available to me, and I spoke to residents both for and against the measure. And I worked really hard to stay clear-headed. In some sense, this became a political debate. And so I worked hard to stay clear-headed throughout this process. There was a lot to sift through and consider, and ultimately my decision came down to an assessment of the risk of both scenarios. I also considered if there was a third way we could unify around. The question I asked myself was, do the current circumstances in Amherst raise to a level that requires the use of a moratorium? For me, that meant understanding two things. First, understanding the history and present day applications and impacts of moratoria on communities, like the eviction moratorium that was a lifeline for individuals and families during the COVID-19 pandemic, and understanding the climate crisis locally, nationally, and abroad. The climate crisis is a colossal and unceasing emergency, and any further delay in confronting it head on is detrimental to our community and to our world. I agree we need to be thoughtful as we proceed with considering large-scale solar development applications and in the development of a solar bylaw, and that we should consider all possible methods to mitigate the climate crisis. I'm especially interested in seeing the results of the siting study. And I'm committed as a town councilor to make sure we develop a bylaw that's responsible, equitable, and just. I believe we'll be best served if we focus our energy on fighting climate change and working together to develop a solar bylaw that meets the needs of our community and recognizes the concerns of all community members. I believe we should embrace local developers who are committed to developing solar and seek to bring them to the table in our discussions, as well as professionals and experts we have access to. Lastly, I encourage you to watch a recording of the kickoff event hosted today by the Energy Transition Institute at UMass. That Amherst resident and my AHRA colleague, Dr. Shabazz, moderated. They used the term just transition to describe how we can harness the expertise and technology we have to solve this problem and transition our world to a more just and equitable place for all of humanity. I will be respectfully voting no on the moratorium.
Thank you for your comment. Jennifer?
Yes, thank you. My support of the town meeting resolution in support of transitioning as expeditiously as possible from fossil fuels is not in any way compromised by my supporting passage of zoning article 16. I might not be as receptive to supporting a moratorium if it placed a temporary pause on all new solar installations in Amherst. Throughout town, property owners are installing solar panels to make their residences and businesses more energy efficient. Since these solar installations can continue unimpeded on impervious surfaces, if zoning Article 16 passes, solar installations will not be halted. We will only be placing a pause for at most 15 months, since we capped the deadline at May 31st of 2023. So it's at most 15 months and only on large-scale ground-mounted solar installations. I believe the benefits of having a solar siting bylaw in place prior to green lighting these large-scale, again, ground-mounted installations outweighs the risk of moving full steam ahead without the proper guidance of such a bylaw. I understand that experts in the field can and are divided. As I've stated before, I place a great deal of credence in the advice of the chair and members of the Zoning Board of Appeals, who have shared their concerns that when the ZBA receives an application for large-scale ground-mounted solar installations, it must navigate without the guidance and benefit of a bylaw specifically crafted for the kinds of developments it is being asked to approve. So I feel that my support for zoning Article 16 is completely consistent with my prior 4 years ago support of the resolution that came before town meeting to move as expeditiously as we can from fossil fuels. Thank you.
Dorothy.
I agree with Shalini that we need the advice of experts. This is very complicated, and it's the question of where, how much, when. But I went to attended the planning board, and I heard Christine Brestrup lay out an extremely logical list of questions that they did not have the answers to yet, that needed expert consultation and advice, basically saying that the planning department, with all of its expertise, needed help and guidance on that. The chair of the ZBA has sent very intelligent letters saying that, because what Shalini is talking about, advice from the experts, are we going to do this every single time, hire a consultant every single time that we're going to be asked to do a solar permit? Or are we going to take the time, and I'm hoping it will be very brief, to put this thing together to be able to know how to answer the questions about that Chris laid out in the planning board meeting, so that we can, the ZBA, the town council, that we can proceed knowing that we're doing a job that we're doing well and not just kind of making it up as we go along. So I do support the moratorium. I hope it is very brief. It is a delay. It in no way am I attacking solar power. I am completely aware of the climate crisis. And I think that many of the decisions that I've made since I've been on town council reflect my concern with it. I'm also concerned with preservation of water and purity, which is one reason why I want us to do this correctly and to do it right. So I will be voting for the moratorium tonight. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Andy?
Yeah, I was one member of the council who was not able to be at first reading of this. And so this is my first and only opportunity to comment, because I missed first reading, and I know that it was a very important discussion. I spent a lot of time to listen to the recording of the meeting that I missed, to try and read everything that I possibly could. I read comments. I have spoken with people who are on both sides of the issue, who are speaking for and against. And I know many of the individuals I spoke with in both categories for many years, and have great respect for all of them. So this has been a difficult issue. But in the end, what I've come to is that, as has been pointed out by numerous people tonight, that nobody's opposed to a strong solar bylaw and is very interested in obtaining a strong solar bylaw as quickly as possible. And the question, therefore, is whether a moratorium is appropriate and needed. I have an inherent dislike for moratoriums, and therefore I don't support them unless I feel that there's a real emergency at hand, and I do not see that there's a real emergency at hand. I think that we have permit granting boards that would get the proposal and that they would give very thoughtful and thorough comments. They would obtain the expertise that they needed to the extent that they needed expertise to help them. We heard about the watershed area issues and a little bit earlier this evening in a different presentation. For all of those reasons, I don't think that we really are gaining anything by a moratorium, which gets back to the just general discomfort I have with the idea of moratoriums. And therefore, with due respect for everybody who has I've talked with, which means people who were very committed to both positions. It wasn't the same person, obviously, but I spoke with people who are committed to both positions. I'm going to be a no vote.
Pat?
No surprise, I'm going to be a yes vote. But I want to bring up a couple of issues. There have been repeated sightings by people across the spectrum, particularly those supporting or not supporting the moratorium. They've been citing the Massachusetts 2050 decarbonization roadmap as the basis for promoting development of large-scale industrial solar in forest lands. But review of this document shows that the roadmap actually tries to find a balance and validates the need for forests, given their role in carbon storage and sequestration, and the importance of thoughtful land use and planning to support these functions. To quote the roadmap a little bit, given its size, protecting Massachusetts forests along with their stores of terrestrial carbon and their capacity to continue to sequester large amounts of carbon into the future is among the most important considerations for the Commonwealth with respect to its efforts to achieve net zero emissions by 2050. While both biological and technological processes can sequester carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and will almost certainly be necessary to achieve net zero, forests across the region represent the largest and most locally impactful opportunity to obtain required carbon removal services. Now, while all of that's true, that's not what I'm fighting for, in the sense that I am trying with this moratorium to have us find a balance between the need for in-ground solar installations coupled with canopies, coupled with rooftops, etc. I'm trying to find a balance with the need to preserve forest land and healthy farmland. And that doesn't mean that I don't want any clear cutting locally, or what I'm looking for is a balance between the amount of forest and soil that would be destroyed and with the amount of forest that we can save to do its work. And I think that labeling the moratorium anti-solar has been a good publicity tactic, but that's what it is. It's a tactic that's to get one's way. And for me, the way that I'm looking for is a collaborative, thoughtful way of looking at both sides of this and then determining what our bylaw should say. And one of the other things, I know I'm probably a little over, but a lot of people have been talking, and I'm just going to take another second. And I probably forgot it now already because I got interrupted. I'm old. One of the things that's really true is that we need to remember that the planning board, when we started this, didn't even think we needed a bylaw of any kind, because the little bit that we had that had nothing to do with in-ground solar installations was sufficient. Yet they've come to a different position, and that's very important. So think about balance. Think about what this moratorium really can do, instead of just letting your prejudice about moratoriums impact your thinking. It will take 15 months to take a bylaw and move it. Yes, I will stop, but through the system anyway.
Okay. Anika?
Thank you. I would also like to thank the sponsors and staff for the moratorium, and also to Pat's point, I do not see personally the moratorium as anti-solar. I as well have talked to as many experts as possible on each side of the fence, so to speak. And what I've come up with is not necessarily whether the moratorium is anti-solar, but is our ability or inability to work together to create bylaws now. Does that pose a greater risk than the impact of climate change, climate justice, and its direct impact and relationship to social justice for poor in relation to low income and race, roots in systemic racism, which is more of an emergency. And I think as a global citizen, I have to put people first. And I think we all share that no one wants to cut down trees or hurt earth, and we want to move forward with as little harm as possible to both people and the planet, animals included. So I wanted to share that, and again, thank everyone for their hard work around this subject.
Motion's been made and seconded. Unless anybody else feels the absolute need to speak, we'll take it to a vote. Shalini?
Yeah, I do feel an absolute need to say more, just because I just want to clarify again that people who are bringing up, and I want to thank the people who brought up and sponsored the moratorium and all the residents who spoke, because it has made this has made it really urgent for us and forced us to look at the sometimes competing, conflicting interests. So we are paying that much more attention to all of that now. But I also wanted to say that finding a balance in thoughtful land use, that is so critical and important. And what we already have in place for that is we have locally conserved 30% of the land. And I also want to say that the Solar Massachusetts Renewable Target Program revised the way they were offering the Smart Incentive Plan by demarcating areas that are protected for many different reasons, like stable forests or wildlife or specific things. So they have really limited the areas that are now available for large-scale solar where that incentive will be provided. So we also have that check and balance in place. And to Dorothy's point, last thing, we don't hire a consultant every time. We're just talking about till we have a solar bylaw written, we don't have to pause everything. During this time, this transition time, we look at what our experts are offering in terms of what do we really need to look at in terms of watersheds, our water bodies, all of these concerns, the residents' concerns who are abutting these properties, how is it going to impact them? And how can we make sure that while the solar bylaw is written, that we really address the concerns of the residents? Thank you.
Alicia?
Oh, thank you. I won't say too much because I think a lot of what I wanted to say has already been said, but just two key points that I wanted to emphasize in stating my support for the moratorium is one, that we aren't stopping progress because there are still other steps that we can be taking in the meantime to address the climate crisis. There are other kinds of solar that we can be implementing in the meantime while we take a short break to look at these important things and to make regulations. So it is not stopping. I think it is just, taking a finer look at things before moving forward in that aspect. Because again, there are a whole slew of things that we can do as a town to address the climate crisis. And all of those things will take a significant amount of time. So we can be working towards those things in the meantime. And secondly, when we think about climate justice and racial justice and social justice, we then have to remember that it is our most vulnerable populations that will face the brunt of the consequences at exacerbated rates and more quickly than anyone else. And so if we make a mistake, it will be our most vulnerable populations who suffer. And that is the same when we're talking about the climate crisis and moving forward, that it will be our most vulnerable populations who suffer the most. And so we really need to keep that in mind when we're making the decisions that will impact them the most and try to do it the right way the first time, because we will be mitigating those consequences that will directly impact those people if we don't do it the right way the first time.
Thank you. Pam?
Thanks. I'm going to echo Meg Gage, who spoke earlier this evening. I really do appreciate planning first and then doing. I would like to put on the record, though, that ultimately a message that we got from Alyssa Brewer reminds us all that it is the town manager and the town staff that are pushing this process forward to create a bylaw, and that what I see this time being used for is to help put in place the guidelines that every zoning board, whether it changes over year from year, as boards change, having sets of guidelines in place for them to reach for, as opposed to the intangibles of decision making each and every time they come to a new project. I just want to put those in place, and we'll support the moratorium.
Thank you. We're going to move to the vote. And Anna Devlin Gothier.
Yes.
Lynn Griesmer is a yes. Mandy Johanicky.
No.
Anika Lopes.
No.
Michelle Miller.
No.
Dorothy Pam.
Yes.
Pam Rooney.
Yes.
Kathy Shane.
Yes.
Andy Steinberg.
No.
Jennifer Taub.
Yes.
Alicia Walker.
Yes.
Shalini Bowmilne.
No.
Pat DeAngelis.
Aye.
The motion fails, 8 in favor, 5 opposed. And at this point, I would like to call on Anna Devlin Gothier.
All right. So thanks, Lynn. As this debate regarding the temporary moratorium moved through development, review, and recommendations, we heard from many residents, both for it, against it, those with questions. As the sponsors of the bylaw, we want to thank our community for your engagement. We also want to thank the town staff, the planning board, and the Energy and Climate Action Committee for their continued work towards meeting our climate action goals. We'd also like to explain why we are remaining optimistic about the direction of large-scale solar in Amherst. At the beginning of this process, there was not a consensus amongst the relevant boards and committees that Amherst needed a specific bylaw relating to the permitting of large-scale solar arrays, despite it being a recommendation from our own Energy and Climate Action Committee. Once the discussion on the need for a bylaw began, then there was not a consensus on who should be drafting it or just how much solar we needed as a town. So while the vote failed, we're considering this a win. You might not like that we're doing that, but we are. We will have a solar bylaw and it will be informed by a siting study. That was not the case when this process started. Mandy, that resolution is great. I'm looking forward to it being cited at every single decision we make going forward, and I'm going to hold you to it. We hope our capable Zoning Board of Appeals and Planning Board have been listening and asked questions of these projects that they have heard raised in this process until we have a bylaw, which will ask them. We can only hope that will be true at this point. Amherst will lead by responsibly siting large-scale solar installations and aggressively meeting our climate goals with the policy to guide it. So with that, Lynn, with your permission, I would like to make a motion. I move to task the town manager to create a solar bylaw working group to design and oversee a solar siting study and draft a solar bylaw. The charge of this committee should be brought before the council for comments on March 7th, 2022, and should include a provision that the draft solar bylaw be referred to the town council on or before March 6th, 2023.
Is there a second?
Shane seconds.
Okay. Any further comment or question? Anna, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yeah, absolutely. So we wanted to.
Point of order first.
Yeah, Mandy had, I think, her.
Can we get it on the screen since
That's,
it was
yeah.
really long?
Athena does have it. I think, are you able to pull it up, Athena? You mean you didn't get all of it as I said it?
It'll take me just a moment. Why don't you go ahead?
Okay, so really, to speak to this motion, we wanted to formalize this a little bit. We know that this discussion has started about a working group and who should be on it, et cetera, but we wanted to assign some firm deadlines to this. We wanted to see the charge. We thought it needed to come before the council. And we wanted to know that this bylaw draft has a firm deadline of a year from now. So that was our hope, that in doing this, we are putting that pressure on the town manager to prioritize this project. Thank you. To prioritize this bylaw and move this process forward quickly.
Michelle.
Sorry. Yeah, I guess I'm a little bit kind of thrown off here for a second. I really appreciate this. I'm just wondering, one, was this in our motion list for tonight at all, or is this just sort of come up toward, closer to the meeting? And also, is this going to be referred to GOL to review in terms of the charge? I'm just a little bit confused about what's happening here. If you could help, that would be great.
As with other counselors, people have often submitted motions in advance of a meeting, and that was done. As it can be referred, but this is actually a town manager committee. And so we would basically, as we did, for example, with the Community Safety Working Group, we'd basically give some feedback, but that's all. And then he would go about the process of appointment.
I see. Okay. So in his town manager report, I thought that Paul in the town manager report had talked about the creation of
Yes, he
a
does.
working group. Okay. Is that the same group that this is
Yes.
proposing? Okay. All right.
And when we do the town manager's report, or even now, Paul, if you'd like to speak to the progress towards this at this point.
No, I think that this motion actually clarifies and memorializes what the council's goals are. And so that, and the time frame is efficient. In fact, you'll have something a week from tonight. And then you have timeframes for when you want the bylaw completed. I think it's a helpful thing to have on the books.
Right. Mandy Jo, you
Thank
have a
you.
question? Yes. Oh, I'm sorry, Michelle. Does that answer all your questions?
It does. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mandy Jo.
I have a concern, not in particular about the particular motion, but the fact that we're discussing a motion that was not on our agenda at all, or a topic that was not on our agenda. The moratorium we just voted is a completely different topic than this in my mind. And so I am concerned that in doing this, we did not give enough notice to the public to talk about this in terms of open meeting law violations. And so that is my comment, that I don't think would fall under the 48-hour rules, because it sounds like clearly the chair knew about this, so could have anticipated it. And so I am concerned about open meeting law being violated by us taking this vote.
The chair did not know about this in 48 hours in advance, but that's a clarification. Kathy.
In contrast to what Mandy just said, I feel like we were just talking about this for both those for the moratorium and those against the moratorium were saying they wanted a solar siting bylaw. And this, having had the moratorium go down, this solidifies the fact that voice after voice said, yes, we need the solar siting bylaw. So I don't think this topic was not on the agenda. I think this topic was central to the agenda as we talked. The moratorium had the impact. I believe in incentives. The moratorium proposal suddenly put this on the agenda in a very powerful way. And the planning staff started to look at it. Many of us started to read the other solar siting bylaws of other towns. So I think this is absolutely right at the center of what we've been talking about. And if we don't have a pause for moratorium, we need haste in moving this forward. I think it is completely consistent with both this week's and 2 weeks ago discussion about what the concerns are and that we don't have anything on the books.
Dorothy?
I completely agree with everything Kathy says. All we've done is talk about a bylaw and the need for a bylaw tonight. And those who spoke against the moratorium spoke about a bylaw. So we have been in agreement about a bylaw. The question was the timing and what happens before the bylaw. And I think that we have to remember that we are citizens. We are representing the people of this town. We are not arcane experts. We are supposed to deal with government so that people understand it, feel close to it, and feel involved and feel that it's not some kind of mysterious thing that happens behind the curtain. So I think, yes, this is germane and that we should be able to vote on this. Thank you.
Shalini?
I think we just all agreed that we're in a climate crisis here. And given that that's the case, we want to make this an urgent issue for Paul and have it in writing and agreed. And we all already stated that this is important. And I don't understand the legal things that Mandy Jo does, but I just want to add my voice to this, that this is an urgent issue. And I'm sure the town residents will agree and understand that this was not announced ahead of time, but this is just giving more clarity. It's something we've all agreed, but it's just giving more clarity to the town manager to please go ahead and make this an urgent undertaking.
In the interest of not violating the open meeting law, the option also is to revise this, not vote on it tonight, revise it and come back next week, at which point we'll be looking at a draft of a committee and a charge. Mandy Jo?
I don't know what you're asking me, but a vote by itself is not necessarily indicative of open meeting law violations. Even the discussion could be considered violating open meeting law.
Okay. I think at this point, I would prefer that we not vote on this because I don't want to take it any further. I personally think it is totally consistent with the discussion we have been having. But I would just as soon defer the conversation till next week.
Point of
Okay.
order. The motion's on the table to defer. You have to make a motion to postpone. Or use your right to postpone under the charter.
Or I can ask the person who made the motion to withdraw it. Which one do you want to go with, Anna?
I would rather someone move to postpone it. I think it's relevant. I don't think it's a violation, so I don't want to withdraw it.
Okay, so we're postponing it. Is there a second to postpone?
Rooney, second.
Okay. Then unless we need further discussion. Dorothy, you have your hand up. Thank you. Okay.
Point of
So
order. Was the motion to postpone to a date certain?
it's postponed until March 7th, 2022. I'm going to start with Reesmer and
Lynn,
I'm
point-
sorry.
Well, I just need to know what we're voting. Can you explain what I'm voting on right now?
We're voting to postpone this motion until March 7th, 2022.
And so a vote against this would say we want to vote on it tonight.
That would be correct, but the
Thank you.
reason I am pushing now is because I don't want to continue the conversation because of the question as to whether or not it's a violation of open meeting law. Okay. Griesmer votes to postpone. Mandy Jo,
Abstain.
Anika,
Yes.
Michelle,
Abstain.
Dorothy, Pam
Abstain.
Rooney,
Yes.
Pat Shane,
No.
Andy Steinberg,
Yes.
Am I correct? I'm voting against postponing, right?
that's correct. No is, but Pam, you voted yes, right? Okay. Jennifer Taub,
Yes.
Alicia Walker,
No,
you said no.
correct.
Thank you. Shalini Bowman,
No.
Pat DeAngelis,
No.
Anna Devlin Gothier.
No. I have 5-5 with 3 abstentions. The motion fails.
Okay, so then we move to the motion that's on the table. And that is the motion that's on the screen. All right. We start with Mandy Jo Haneke,
Abstain.
Anika Lopes,
Yes.
Michelle Miller.
Is there no further discussion on this? I'm
Sorry. I didn't see your hand, Michelle, and we'll go back and start. Please go with your discussion.
Yeah, I'm feeling like this is a really tough situation and I'm very conflicted when I'm hearing as a new counselor that this could potentially be a violation of open meeting law. I'm hearing from my council president concern that this is a potential violation. And I want to move this forward, and I think that's the right thing to do. And yet I'm feeling very concerned. Is there another option here where we can be assured that this is not violating open meeting law? Because I just don't see how we can vote. And if this passes, then what position does that put us in as a council, both individually and as a unit? I certainly would like for this to move forward, but I am concerned. Go ahead. Sorry.
Right. I hear that. And I feel the same way, Michelle, which is why I voted to defer or delay. Either Paul or Athena, do you have any?
Any one counselor can postpone to the next meeting. I mean, this isn't an agenda item, but there's that option. I didn't see this as being outside the scope of the discussion about the solar bylaw, so it didn't raise an open meeting law flag for me. I can appreciate Mandy's concern about open meeting law. I think out of abundance of caution, I would wait and bring it up at the next council meeting and make sure that it's on the agenda. But this conversation, if it were an open meeting law violation, the conversation we're having now is the violation. At this point, if Mandy is correct, and I'm not a lawyer, but if Mandy is correct that this is outside the scope of the agenda item that we had listed in the meeting notice today, then we are in.
So what's the section of the charter that I need to state to just pull the plug? Huh? Okay, I exercise my right to postpone. Thank you. Done. All right. We've done town manager appointments. We are going to move on to town councilor appointments. We have on the screen very soon the results of the survey. And let me just say that in addition to those committees recommended by CRC, and I'm going to call on Michelle Miller to share with us that conversation. There are 2 other committees that have been recommended and volunteered for. So, Michelle?
Yes. So I'm sharing how we came to the decision to make these recommendations. Is that correct?
Yes.
How the GOL committee. Okay. So yeah, we took a couple meetings to review the role of liaison, to discuss the capacity of counselors, to discuss which particular committees would benefit most from having a liaison, and really also looking at currently which committees would benefit. So that could change next year, or at any other point. And so we also looked at situations where a standing committee chair was already sort of acting as a liaison for particular committees. Really considering, again, capacity and efficiency. And with that, we came up with the recommendations of recommending that we appoint a liaison to the planning board and the Affordable Housing Trust from a member of the CRC. It does not have to be the chair. And then the Disability Access Advisory Committee and Transportation Advisory Committee from TSO, and then to appoint a liaison to the Board of Health, the Community Safety and Social Justice Committee when that's up and running, and the Energy and Climate Action Committee. And we did have some discussion about CPA and how the way in which the finance committee has interacted with that particular body. And I think there will be more, there's more to say about that. I think one counselor already brought that up to our attention. Does that cover it, Lynn?
Yes. Did you have any conversation about the Council on Aging?
Yes, we did have some conversation about the Council on Aging, and I see that Councillor Pam recommends that we continue with that. I think and if there's a GOL committee member that would like to add to this, please do. But I think the overall thought process was we really wanted to consider which committees most needed liaisons, as opposed to looking at particular counselors who were interested in serving on a committee, for consistency's sake. And if anyone else in GOL wants to add to that, that was my recollection of that particular part of the discussion.
Are there any other comments from people from GOL on the discussion in general or specifically the Council on Aging? Thank you. I keep going around it. Jennifer.
Yeah, I mean, we did have a conversation but I personally felt that if there was a member of the council who wanted to be a liaison and had been liaisoning, I guess that was also, there was a history of a particular counselor being a liaison to a counselor or committee, that I would support that going forward. There was some discussion that wasn't an objective enough criteria, but I don't see any harm in a counselor continuing to be the liaison to a committee, out of an interest or passion for what that committee does. That was my personal opinion.
Mandy Jo?
Yeah, the committee discussion outside of the ones that that GOL recommended. So the other two that are on, I don't even know why they're on the motion right now, since that's not what came out of GOL, and we normally don't put anything that comes out of GOL on a motion. So I'm confused as to why they're up there right now. But those two, CPAC, Council on Aging, and also the Board of License Commissioners, was a recognition that there might be counselors that want to serve as those liaisons, but a discussion around, do those bodies truly need liaisons based on prior reports from prior liaisons or lack of reports from prior liaisons on those committee actions, based on committee sort of their own procedures, processes, and whether they need a liaison or not, even if prior liaisons have reported on the actions of those committees. And in the end, GOL voted that those three committees in particular that had liaisons at the last council did not appear to need liaisons going forward based on what they've been doing, what the knowledge of what they're doing is, and just the processes and procedures those committees themselves have instituted to be able to inform the council of their actions or need for council action.
I'm going to ask Athena to put the chart up, which are actually the results of the survey. Since it better reflects the discussion we're having now. There we go. Thank you. This was in your packet, okay? And as you can see in the survey results, I listed the two others down below. Okay. So I think the question then is, so a recommendation has been made by CRC. We did not include a recommendation. We did not include a motion to accept the recommendation, but if it is the pleasure of the council to have that, we can do so. Michelle, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I wanted to add that we recognized the importance of counselors engaging in committees that they're interested in, but we also wanted to sort of create a standardized and equitable process because there are like 25 town committees, and if they all, if one of another committee came to us and said that they wanted a liaison, and then we didn't have this sort of structure in place. So that was really the spirit of it, and also recognizing that town councilors are free to go to any meeting that they would like to go to and engage with committees in that way. So I just wanted to add that.
Okay, Dorothy, you have your hand up.
Yes, I had trouble with this form, but I did send in, or at least I tried to send in one that included the Community Safety and Social Justice Committee and another committee, which I'm not sure which one it is right now. But I had, and Board of Health, I had included that, but I was having trouble. I would put the little X's in and they would disappear or something. So, I don't want to have any argument about this. I think they should stick with whatever you want to do. I'll just say that I had signed up, or at least I tried to sign up for other committees.
We will add those two back in. That was my next question, okay? So we're still at the issue of, are we accepting the recommendation of GOL as they made it, or are we adding any committees? And what I'm hearing is there was a very thoughtful process at GOL that came forward with this set of committees, and that we should start by agreeing to accept this set of committees. Okay? I'm sorry, I moved away from the mic, so I hope I was able to be heard. Michelle?
Oh, no.
Oh, okay.
Linda, you did get it confused because this is not what they approved. The chart that's up there now, they did not include Council of Aging.
No,
And
I know. If the chart that's up here now, Roman numeral 1, 2, and 3 are what the GOL has recommended to the town council. Suggested additions were down below, and that did not imply that they were included. And I indicated by which counselor they were suggested and who was willing to do them, okay? Is that clear what the chart says? Okay, so is there a motion to accept the recommended committees for liaisons as proposed by GOL?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Miller, second.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on the list of committees? Seeing none? Oops.
No, I have my hand.
Pat, Dorothy, you had your hand up first. No, Pat?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that if we look at the chart that's come from GOL, there is no counselor listed for the Disability Access Advisory Committee. There should be one from TSO, but there's no name there. So that's a committee that I have been a liaison for, and I would like to continue, but I'm not a member of TSO. So, and I'm perfectly, if there's a member from TSO who wants to step forward, then I'm fine with that. But if not, I would like to have that position.
Okay. Let's first approve the list and then we'll go to who's going to fill what, okay? But thank you, Pat, and you did express that interest to me in an email. All right, motion's been made and seconded that we're going with this list. Huh? Kathy?
Sorry, just to follow up on Pat. It seems to me we're voting on a list and a recommendation to link them specifics to committees, and some of that doesn't, are we just voting on the list because it says from Transportation Committee, from
All we're
CR?
voting on is the list.
Okay.
Then we'll vote on who's going to fill it.
No, I don't mean about who's going to fill it, but for example, housing only comes from CRC. It can't come from anywhere else. So this is a list that has links in it. It's not just a list. Like I couldn't raise my hand for housing
Right.
because I'm not on it. So this, it doesn't make sense to me. So when I vote, I'm not voting against the list, but the linkage. So I'll just make that clear.
Okay. So the motion's been made and seconded. Kathy has just raised the issue of the linking of certain committees to certain council committees in terms of representation. Pat, did you have a comment on that?
No, I
Okay.
forgot to lower my hand. I'm sorry.
Mandy Jo.
I'm going to be very technical here. I believe the motion was to accept the recommended committees, which does not technically include the recommendation regarding limitations on who can serve. So I thought I'd just be technical about that.
Should we amend the motion?
Oh, I'm okay with that motion. We have that recommendation from GOL, but I just wanted to say technically the motion on the table does not include GOL's recommendation for who would be eligible to be a liaison. And I just wanted to clarify that.
Could we clarify what the motion is?
The motion is to accept the list of liaisons as recommended by Governance, Organization, and Legislation Committee. So if this motion passes, then you can have a discussion about who to appoint as which liaisons, and they wouldn't be restricted to members of a particular committee.
They would be restricted. They would not be. Thank you. Okay. Are we ready to vote? Okay, Dorothy.
I would support the interpretation of Mandy Jo because Pat has been a fabulous liaison to the Disability Committee, and I would want her to continue to do that.
All right. Is there any other questions or comments? Looking, I need to remember to look over here. And I need to take it off my view. All right, so we're voting on whether we accept this list, okay? Anika,
Yes.
Michelle,
Yes.
Dorothy,
Yes.
Pam Rooney,
Yes.
Kathy Shane,
Abstain.
Andy Steinberg,
Yes.
Jennifer Taub,
Yes.
Elisha Walker,
Yes.
Shalini Balmilne,
Yes. Yes. Can you hear me?
we heard you, Pat.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Anna Devlin Gothier,
Yes.
and Lynn Griesmer is a yes. Mandy Johanicky.
Aye.
Okay, so we have unanimously accepted the list. Now I want to ask the question.
It was unanimous with one abstention.
I'm sorry, it was 12 and one abstention. Thank you for the correction. All right, now I want you to look at the results of the survey, and I want people to do what, first of all, both Pat has done, which is to say she is interested in disability advisory, and Dorothy has done by saying she was interested in Board of Health and community safety and social justice. Okay. Then I want to ask the question, is there anybody else who wants to volunteer to have their name added for a committee? Is there anybody who would like to volunteer? Oh, I'm sorry, Shalini.
Yeah, I'm okay with Anna being a liaison in ECAC.
So
I remember my name.
Okay, so you are removing your name from ECAC and Anna is staying there, okay? Yes?
Lynn, can you repeat who was added?
The two people that were added were Pat was added for Disability Access Advisory Committee. And Dorothy was added for Board of Health and Community Safety Working Group.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Community Safety and Social Justice Committee. Okay, and starting, Shalini has removed her name from ECAC. And I'm going to next call on Andy Steinberg.
Yes, and I'd like to remove my name from two committees, Community Safety and Social Justice and Board of Health.
Okay. I'm waiting for Athena to catch up. Okay, got it. Michelle?
Yeah, I'm also good with removing my name from Board of Health, although I see that might put us in a situation there between the Community Safety and Social Justice and Board of Health. So if it's too much for the other counselors, I'm happy to serve in that role if it's needed. But I am also happy to take my name off.
Okay, let's see where we go when we get through all the rest of them. For the time being, please leave Michelle Miller in for Board of Health. Jennifer Taub.
I'd like to remove my name from the planning board.
Okay, and that means,
And
yeah, go
yeah,
ahead.
if, you know, and if Pat would like to be on the Affordable Housing Trust, I would remove my name, but I see she, you know, she's has on two other committees, so.
Okay, I'm going to remove you at this point from Planning Board, leave you on Affordable Housing Trust until we talk to Pat, okay?
Right, that's good.
Michelle, do you still have your hand up or can I go into Pat? Got it. Pat?
Yes, I'd be happy for Jennifer to serve on the Housing Trust.
Okay.
I would like to remove my name from the Board of Health, but maintain my name in the Community Safety Social Justice Committee.
Okay, so. Are we getting there? So we're down to the only place where we have a duplication is with Dorothy, Pam, and Michelle Miller on the Board of Health. And the other one is Community Safety Working Group, where we have Pat DeAngelis, who's removed her name from all others, and Dorothy Pam. So, Michelle, you mentioned that you were more than willing to not be on the Board of Health, right?
Yes, I am
Which
more than willing.
Which would make that one Dorothy Pam only. Yes?
Yeah, I'm happy to do it, but if someone else would like to do it, I'm good with withdrawing my name.
Okay. And then we come down to the Community Safety and Social Justice Committee, and that is either, I'm sorry? I can't hear you. Okay, Dorothy, I'm sorry. Thank you for calling my attention to that. Dorothy.
I really would like to be on the Community Safety and Social Justice Committee. I also would like to be on the Board of Health, but if I have to choose or had a choice, I would choose to be on the Community Safety and Social Justice Committee. And I see that as being very appropriate for somebody on TSO.
Although it wasn't identified that way. All right, we can have a runoff with Pat and Dorothy. Okay? Let's do that one first. So, yes,
Sorry, Lynn, may I just say one thing, just to add? Would that be okay?
yes, please.
Okay. I know for the African Heritage Reparation Assembly, we had 2 liaisons. Pat and Alyssa were liaisons, and I can say that it was very helpful to have 2 liaisons because it was a new committee and there was a lot going on, a lot of work. And so it was great to have that partnership of the 2. So I don't know if we've moved away from the possibility of having 2 people serve, especially on a new committee. But I wouldn't see a problem with that personally.
I'm fine with that unless somebody else objects. That we would have 2 people as liaisons to Community Safety and Social Justice Committee, and they would be Pat DeAngelis and Dorothy Pam. Are any comments? Sounds like a solution. Then we have a motion before us. The motion is on the screen. The motion is,
Could I ask Dorothy a question?
yes, please.
Does Dorothy, if she serves as a dual liaison on community safety and social justice, does she still want to continue to be a liaison on Board of Health? Because I know Michelle was
Willing to do that.
Right. If Michelle is willing to do that, I would withdraw my name.
Excellent. Michelle, you're back on Board of Health.
Okay, great.
Okay. I knew we'd get to this point somehow. Okay. Any other comments? Mandy Jo, you have your hand up. Good point there. Thank you. To appoint the following town councilors as liaisons to town multiple member bodies under town council rules of procedure. Rule 10.8, councilors as non-voting liaisons effective immediately for a term expiring January 5th, 2022. Planning Board, Councilor Rooney, Amherst Affordable Housing Trust, Councilor Taub, Community Disability Access Advisory Committee, Councilor DeAngelis, Transportation Advisory Committee, Councilor Steinberg, Board of Health, Councilor Miller, Community Safety and Social Justice Committee, Councilors DeAngelis and Pam, and Energy and Climate Action Committee, Councilor Devlin Gothier. Is there a second?
Second, Devlin Gothier.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we're going to move to a vote. Michelle Miller,
Yes.
Dorothy Pam,
Yes.
Pam Rooney,
Yes.
Kathy Shane,
Yes.
Andy Steinberg,
Yes.
Jennifer Taub.
Yes.
Thank you. Alicia Miller, Walker,
Yes.
Shalini Belnum,
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis, aye.
Anna Devlin Gothier,
Yes.
Lynn Griesemer's an aye, Mandy Johanicky,
Aye.
Anika Lopes.
Aye.
It's unanimous. We have, in fact, community and liaison reports, but we only have committees at this point. Mandy Jo, Community Resources Committee.
Yes, thank you. There was an extensive report in the packet regarding what CRC has been discussing in the last couple of meetings that was outside of the moratorium discussions. I wanted to point out, because this will, I believe, Lynn has said this might show up on next week's agenda for hopefully a consent agenda item, but CRC made a recommendation that the town council refer to TSO conversation topics for continuation of outdoor dining in the public way and potential closing of North Pleasant Street in the summer on the weekends to TSO. They were conversation topics that were in the transition memo from the last council to this one. And when CRC discussed the transition memo, it determined that those were topics probably more aligned with TSO's charge than with CRC charge. But it did not want to lose those topics as conversation. And so it made this recommendation to the council. And so Lynn asked me to sort of briefly talk about why tonight in hopes that it can stay on consent next week.
So the question is, are we transferring this item or are we referring it? Because if we're referring it, it now moves to a different status.
Yeah, so it was never a formal referral to CRC. And so CRC has asked, we can't transfer it directly because it was never a formal referral. It was just on our transition memos. So CRC has asked that it become formalized for conversation.
For referral to TSO.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Kathy, I think we've done enough elementary school for the day. Okay. Finance Committee, Andy, audit report.
Yes. Well, you have the report from the committee for prior to meetings, including the audit. So if there are any questions, of course, we'll try and respond to them. Tomorrow morning is a meeting of the Finance Committee, and essentially there are 4 items, 2 action items. We have to reach final resolution on our recommendations, if we can, on the CPA project, which was written up in our report, and move forward with what we're going to send to TSO and the Transportation Fund recommendation. And we have a couple of other discussion items that are on the agenda. To some extent, it's going to be a matter of what time is available. We certainly want to have a little bit of discussion about the water and sewer rate policy issue, which is incorporated somewhat in the regulations today that we discussed earlier today, but also effort at some point, and we try and get to it tomorrow if we have time, which is assessing university and college property, the value of those properties, so that we can have a further discussion about what kind of revenue or pilot might be appropriate if we had the ability to seek it. So those are the issues for tomorrow.
GOL, Michelle?
Sure. In addition to the liaison discussion, we also approved the Tibetan National Uprising Day proclamation, and we will begin, we briefly started a discussion on town council standing committee structure, and we will begin our next meeting with finishing our review of the rules of procedure, and hope to get that out of the committee. And then just a couple resolutions and proclamations that are on the horizon. We have the swim proclamation that was brought forward by Anna, and we have the student debt resolution. And we also have the Child Abuse Awareness Proclamation and the Jewish American Heritage Month Proclamation, both on the horizon. I don't think I missed. Did I miss anything?
And so are you expecting to, so your meeting is on Wednesday, so we'll know by Wednesday whether or not you're ready to come forward with recommendations for the first reading on rules of procedure?
Yes, our hope is to have that review completed and be ready for the next meeting.
Okay, thank you. Jones Library Building Committee, Anika.
Yes, so we have some upcoming meetings. Actually, tomorrow at 4:30 will be the Jones Library Building Committee meeting, and both the design and outreach subcommittees have been established. The design subcommittee meeting will be March 4th from 9 through 10 a.m. And then the subcommittee, the outreach subcommittee rather, both of those design and outreach, the first meeting. So the outreach will be March 8th from 4 to 5 p.m. So that's exciting, and I'm expecting it will start moving at this point.
Dorothy, Town Services and Outreach.
Okay. The report tells you the names and committees of all of the town manager appointments. Quite an impressive list. The main thing we're doing right now is we're having a hearing on March 10th on permit parking program revisions and recommendations. And we filed the public notices. And we're talking about on-street permit parking and some of the reserved parking spots in the Boltwood Garage, and a consideration of whether the fee should be raised in general and whether they should be different for cars registered in Amherst and those that are not. We're also working on our work plan and priorities for future projects.
And let me just mention that the 10th of March is a committee of the whole, so that all members of the council can attend the hearing and then be part of the discussion about the parking permit.
And that's at 7 o'clock.
And that's at 7, so that JCPC is meeting at 5 and hopefully will be done by 7. And also I sent an email out to all counselors yesterday or today of sending you the updated parking regulations bylaw, and also not the same copy of the memo that we received from Sean and Sean Mangano, and asked that if you have any questions, you send them to, and I gave you the list of people. Are there any questions on council committees? None. We've approved the minutes. We're on to the town manager's report. Paul.
Thank you. And I know you're entering your 6th hour of meeting,
Yes.
but we have some substantive things to talk about tonight. First, I'll segment this in 2 sections. First, the town manager report and then the update. So on terms of mask mandates, we put out a statement last Friday. In essence, the health director continues to look at the mask mandates. The town of Hadley and the town of Sunderland have eliminated their mask mandates. The health director is looking at our metrics, and they're reviewing the metrics at least by March 10th with the Board of Health. The second thing is we're looking to have a community chat. We had one last week or the week before on the elementary school building committee. Next one will be on the Jones Library. So we're trying to schedule that. Potholes has been a big topic. If you have constituents or you see potholes or anything, please let us know. We have crews going out when they're not plowing snow, filling potholes, and they're very active in doing that work right now. North Amherst Library is moving forward. We had a fair amount of interest in our bid open with the visit of the site. Bids are due in a couple weeks, and then once we'll have a bid opening and those bids will be reviewed. So that is moving forward. The plans are underway or continue to be prepared for this Saturday, which is what we call the first weekend in March. And the weather seems to be in our favor in the sense that it's going to be overcast and kind of chilly, which is a good news. But the town and the university have been working together to prepare for that day. So we hope everybody will be safe in their celebrations. The upcoming agenda items are you're going to, at some point in the near future, be choosing voting locations as we looked at our re-precincting. And because everybody has a new precinct and a new location, not a new location, but we'll be notifying everybody in town about their location to vote when we send out the census. So we're getting ready for that, but we'll need a vote of the council to say, yes, this is where we want to have our voting locations. You'll have a recommendation from the town clerk along those lines. Also, you'll have the Amherst Farmers Market coming next week as well for permission to be on the town common. Also, we've had some terrific interviews for the CREST director position. Those happened last week, and I hope that and anticipate that I'll have a appointment memo to you by possibly Wednesday, in which case I will ask that the town council has a 14-day turnaround under the charter for a department head appointment. I will ask you to waive that referral so that you can act on March 7th, so we can move expeditiously on this appointment. You'll have the memo in advance. And I'll ask you if you have questions or concerns or anything, you please call me in advance. But that will be on your agenda, hopefully by, if everything goes well, and things seem to be, we had just some terrific, it's going to be a hard decision, but we have some terrific candidates. So I'm really happy about that. The second part of the report, and so I guess I should pause and see if there are questions about that anybody has.
Mandy Jo.
Just a quick one on North Amherst Library. I know construction costs have greatly increased. Is there a potential, is there a potential problem with that given the time? Because I don't know whether the donor has put an upper limit on costs such that maybe that might get delayed. And then if it does get delayed, is that a problem with the donor too?
Yeah, so the understanding I have with the donor, the anonymous donor, is that once we get bids in, the anonymous donor can say, yes, I'm going to go forward, or I'm not. And we're not putting town funds into this, but that's the understanding. If whatever circumstances are exist at that moment in time, if the anonymous donor says, I'm not prepared to make that donation to build this, then we stop the project.
Pat?
Thank you. I'm wanting to get a read on the homelessness and rehousing working group. I know that Mary Beth was in charge and she did a very good job. But when she left town service, it seems everything came to a halt. I went looking on the town website for more information on the working group, and all I could really find of substance was the charge. The last public notice I could find was from a TSO report dated June 21st, 2021, where Mary Beth gave an update on the work of the committee, on the working group, and now it's over 6 months old. I could also find no record of the inventory of public or private, local, and regional options for a temporary shelter mentioned in her update. And there are written reports that should have gone to you in August on recommendations regarding the seasonal shelter, and also by August 31st. And then in December 31st, there was supposed to be a recommendation on suitable sites for permanent, seasonal, or year-round shelter, which centers a continuum of care of services and rehousing. And where are we? What's going on?
Yeah, excellent questions. I did try to address some of those things in the town manager report. That group has, with Mary Beth's departure, we didn't have staffing to really pick that up. It fell to Dave Zomack, and it was really just over so many things happening. And that we have been working on a lot of work with Craig Storrs specifically. And Craig Storrs has really taken the initiative on many of the sheltering initiatives. They have, as you noted in the town manager report, they have the Emmanuel Lutheran Church set up. That has now expanded to a 24-hour-a-day shelter. They have the University Motor Lodge as a independent room shelter, and I think I put the numbers in about how many people are there. They have also contracted at the Unitarian Universalist Church for an overflow shelter, which has another 14 beds available, primarily directed at women, but also it does have men if they're part of a couple who are staying there. And that's also a 24-hour-a-day shelter. They also contracted with the VFW. So these are all for the current year. We are having meetings every other week, basically, with the executive director and the board member from Craig Storrs, Jerry Weiss, and Kevin Noonan, looking at a permanent location for the shelter. That's the mission right now. We have a unique moment in time where we have funds available, and we don't, and the Craig Storrs has been in 3 different locations in 3 different years, and that's not acceptable. So we are working very hard at identifying locations that can make that happen. It won't happen in a year. It will require substantial commitment of funds from the town. But we are looking at the funds that we've designated from ARPA for both affordable housing and for sheltering that could help achieve that. And, we don't put all of our eggs in one basket. There have been multiple locations that we've looked at, but we are making progress, and Jerry and Kevin are aware exactly of what we're looking at on a regular basis. So we're advancing on a couple sites that we think could be really good homes long-term. And do more than just shelter, actually, more continue. But the sort of comprehensive approach that Mary Beth had brought, that's sort of we just have the staff to support that.
Okay, thank you, Paul.
Dorothy.
This is a question that I'm supposed to know the answer to, but I don't. I'm reading about community choice aggregation. Again, I read about it a lot, but I don't know what it means in terms of saving money or saving power or how's it going to change our life?
It's not, it may save you money, but it's not billed as being something to save you money. It's a way for the town as a group to purchase energy or electricity as a group in a more sustainable way, focusing on green energy primarily, so that the source of the electricity isn't through Eversource. We're purchasing it and choosing to purchase, using our buying power to purchase green power. That often isn't cheaper, and people have the option of opting out if they choose. But it's to create an aggregation so we have enough buying power between the city of Northampton, the town of Amherst, and the town of Pelham to create enough buying power to make it worthwhile for someone to bid on our purchasing, what we're trying to purchase.
Thank you. And I've got one other question which may be related. Hickory Ridge, an important regulatory approval was received last night. We're moving even closer to final closing on the site ownership. So that might have to be to do with the solar power that the owner is going to keep. Can you enlarge on that?
Sure. So this is a very complicated transaction because it's not just a property transaction. It's also making sure that the current property owner has access to the solar revenue stream that they want. They don't want to sign over the land until they feel confident that they are going to get all the necessary approvals for the solar, because that's sort of subsidizing our bargain purchase of it. Last Thursday, I think we learned that they did get an approval from DOER, which was an important step forward. So, I mean, I keep saying it's only a matter of time. It feels like we're inching, and there's just a lot of all the legal documents are lined up. It's just a matter of everybody getting that next little thing done. That should happen really, really soon.
Thank you.
Jennifer?
Yes, I just wanted to ask, returning to Craig's doors, at the CRC meeting last week, Nate Malloy said something about they were putting together a working group or a committee to look at a permanent shelter. I didn't quite get it was in a list of other things, and I just was wondering if you had any clarification or insight about that.
So when we're exploring land, we pull together our sort of core group and their staff, which includes the building commissioner, who's experienced at looking at land. Dave Zomack is experienced at closing on land. So I'm not sure exactly what Nate was referring to, but this, we obviously Craig's Doors is a close, important partner in this as well. But land transactions are always complicated, especially when the town gets involved. It becomes just more complicated. So I'm not sure exactly what Nate was referring to. It might have been that. I can clarify with him though.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions on the primary town manager's report before we move to the update on CSWG?
So, last November, whenever it was, there was a grid put together that showed all the recommendations from the Community Safety Working Group, and I tried to summarize them on the status report and what's next in the addition to the town manager report this week. So the big things I want to highlight are the work with the CREST program, which is moving together very deliberately. Kudos to the former co-chairs, Councilor Walker and Ms. Owen, the fire chief, the police chief, Jennifer Moisten, the assistant DEI director, with incredible input from Russ Vernon Jones from CSWG, Gabe Ting from the Captain Ting from the police department, and Mike Curtin from the dispatch. And it's been a weekly meeting where they just sort through some really gritty details and trying to get everybody moving forward and thinking about all the little things that are popping up. And they have really done a tremendous job. The exciting news for me is they've gotten to a point where they say, now we need our CREST director to help us move forward. And we're at that point. So I'm really excited that we'll be moving forward on that. We've done the job description for the CREST director. We've rated it, we've advertised, we've recruited. We had an interview team who's interviewed all the candidates, and I talked with the interview team today about their recommendations, what they're thinking about. So this is all moving forward. You already approved the reorganization plan. We have contractors getting ready to work on the Banks Community Center to create the space. Just a lot of different things. So CREST program, I really feel good that's moving forward. We have the board of the State Department of Public Health grant with that we've contracted with the African Diaspora Mental Health Association and the Youth Social Educational Training, ADMA and YSET. They will also be co-located in the Banks Community Center, providing mental health services for the community, and that's being paid for out of the grant from the Department of Public Health. So we're building a really robust program that's going to be up and running. And those two programs are actually contracted for. Working through all the contracts is complex, so we've got that contracted. We've been working on the budget for the CREST program for FY23. Starting to look at the training programs for the CREST responders. So CREST program, I feel that it's taken a long time, but it really is taking shape. And I think we're really at a point where people are paying a lot of attention to us in terms of how deliberate and careful the thinking has been on this. So I'm really, and the other important thing is that I really feel that we have a team that's building with our police, fire, and CREST programs all building together because they're all struggling through with some of the things. We haven't done this before, so people have to really get used to it. So it's been really grueling, I know, for Councilor Walker and the other folks, but it's really going to be. I'm really confident in it. DEI, again, you approved the reorganization plan in December. Appointed the assistant director in January. She has been sort of in charge of the department since we've established the site for it. We've created the space in the mezzanine for the two staff people there. We have done the website and we're doing the FY23 budget for that. So we are, the applications are in for the DEI director. The interview team has been established. And so they will be they'll be interviewing and reviewing applications. I think their first meeting is this week. So in the next couple of weeks, they'll be moving forward on that. A lot of other things happening. I think I've sort of identified some of the other things like the Youth Empowerment Center and BIPOC, sort of delegated those to certain department heads who will be responsible for moving those things forward. So that there'll be more information for the council to consider. The Community Safety and Social Justice Committee, another important committee. Our interview team of Barbara Love, Sid Ferreira, and Keisha Dennis are interviewing this week. I believe it's Wednesday, maybe tomorrow. It's first and third or something like that. So they're interviewing this week, and so hopefully we'll get the recommendations from them for appointments. It won't be by March 7th, but before the next, it'd be great if we could do it before the next TSO committee meeting. So I know it's like, if there are questions, I can answer whatever questions you have. Those are the big things where we've made the most progress.
Are there questions from the council? Dorothy.
Just a comment, in reading articles and reading about this, I think that the town is doing an incredible job. And as you said, you're being noticed, and what seemed at first to be something that wasn't quite sure this could be done and how it would work and whether people would accept it, seems to me, at least it sounds from the outside like you've got a really strong unified team, which is happily working on this and realizing that it's a great opportunity. At least that's the feeling I'm getting from reading about it. So
It's interesting, Dorothy, because at the finance committee meeting, I think in the budget presentation, the dispatch director said, I think there was some resistance at first, and he said, but everybody's sort of getting used to it now. And it just took some time for people to start pawing through it, think it through, have some say in what it looks like. And now he felt his dispatchers were feeling like, yes, we're going to need some training, but we get it. We start to get it now. And I think that it just takes some time for people to adjust and to think it through, that this is a new way of thinking about things. And that's ultimately going to be a great thing for people. So I think that might be emblematic of what it looks like. That being said, we're scheduled this week to start our impact bargaining with the collective bargaining units at the police department. So we have a meeting tomorrow to prepare for that. So that could steer us in a different direction. I don't know. We have not heard from the union at all on this yet.
Mandy Jo?
Just wanted to say thank you for the report and for the written and verbal report, because it was, I know we asked for it and it takes a lot of time to do it. So thank you.
Thank you.
And I also just want to acknowledge Alicia's dual role right now, or multiple roles, along with Brianna. And I also want to acknowledge Alicia's dual or multiple roles these days, along with Brianna, of keeping going with you on the creation of CRESS and these other efforts. So it's just really terrific. And thank you for the great report. Just really helpful.
They truly are. The folks in that room doing that are the ones doing the hard work. It really is.
Yeah.
Hard work.
I got a sense of that by going to the forums that
Mhm.
they had, particularly the first one, where there was just a lot of honest conversation about what it's taking to get to the CRESS program. And I also just want to mention that Anika shared with me the other day that she spent some time just watching the, I guess, the call room, the place where all the calls come in. And Anika, do you want to just share a word or two about that experience?
Yeah, sure. So it was quite an experience. I went on a night where students were away. It was freezing cold. There was an expected snowstorm, and it was quite a dynamic. Forgive me, I forget the names, but the two gentlemen in there were really amazing, and I learned so much. One had been with the town for over 20 years. I think also serving with the fire department at one point, and then another was certainly a veteran in his field, but I believe came from Springfield. And it was just so eye-opening, just watching them connect the dots through fire, DPW even, and just all of the hats that they're wearing, and just was just smooth and effortless. I definitely can't wait to go back again and see a night when it's more active. But it really just it said a lot about the town, just in various roles that I've had. You hear a lot of employee complaints and dissatisfaction, but just overall the way that they were just so satisfied and excited with their roles. And even though it was just the two of them, it was just, I really enjoyed it. And I would definitely recommend it to anyone who hasn't been. It really just connected the dots and just opened a world that was, it was even more expansive than when we had the facilities tour. So I would definitely recommend it and can't wait to do it again.
Great,
So
thank you.
that's terrific. You took the time that you wouldn't believe how the tours that you took, that counselors took, the employees really appreciated that. That was really meaningful to employees, fire, DPW, police. Any counselor can, just talk to the police chief, schedule a time to go up there. Not this weekend. This weekend will be a zoo, but any other weekend, especially in the spring, if you go on a Thursday, Friday, Saturday night, it will be much more entertaining. They may not be able to talk to you very much, but you'll get a real sense of what folks are going through.
And I want to know if the police are willing to reinstitute ride-along soon.
They do. I mean, once we move this, they're
Okay.
very happy to offer that to anybody,
Great.
anytime.
I suggested that Anika compliment her visit with a ride-along.
Mhm.
She said she wanted to.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. I would definitely recommend, I felt even just the calm night was great because I was able to probably get a lot of attention and see things that I wouldn't have had the chance to otherwise.
Great. Any other questions or comments on the town manager's reports? Seeing none, I'm just going to quickly move to town councilor comments and mention that next week, these are just some highlights. It's not the whole agenda, but I do want to ask one or two things. ECAC has filed a report like they're required to. It's in your packet, but they would also like to make about a 5-minute presentation to the council next week. And since this council is 6 people that are new, I thought that might be useful. We do have a rental bylaw fees regarding general bylaw 3.50 residential rental properties. It's an existing bylaw, and it will come before the council next week for referral to CRC, to TSO. Thank you. Although there's been question about that because it deals with housing. And you do the comprehensive housing policy. So we
Can
gotta
be a conversation next week at council.
Thank you. I think we should have that conversation. Then we also have a couple of public way things coming forward. And I do have another question. Michelle, you mentioned that AHRA may have something they want to come and talk to the council about. Will you be ready for that next time or not?
Yes, I will.
Okay. And rules of procedure perhaps, and a letter on the stretch code. And then our next meeting is not until March 21st. Is there any question? Anna.
Yeah, about the letter on the stretch code. I'd love to send something to the council that also has to do, this came to me from the chair of ECAC. It's an opportunity for counselors to individually, if they'd like to, sign on to a letter that's getting sent to the Department of Energy regarding the stretch code. This is something that was done the last time that they came out with changes to the stretch code. And I believe at that point, Counselor Darcy Dumont and Kathy Shane signed on. So it's an individual decision. It's not something that towns are doing as a group.
Although we can do it as a group if the council authorizes me to sign on our behalf.
Yep, it just based on looking at the article, looking at the letter, other towns do not seem to have done that.
Okay.
So it's fine to have that discussion at the next meeting if people would like, but the deadline is March 8th. So it would be a quick turnaround.
Right.
And it's not a writing anything. It's just adding your name to a pre-written letter. This is different than the advocacy that you were talking about in your report.
Right. Michelle?
GOL has it on its agenda for this week to review the town council standing committee structure, to discuss it and vote on it. If that were to occur, would you want it? I mean, is there space on the next? You'll figure that out. I just want to let you know that it may happen if you wanted to consider it for the next meeting.
So if there are changes to charges, then they do have to come back. Otherwise, you would just tell us about your discussion in your report.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you. Yep.
Sure. Are there other questions? Any other comments from counselors? Then we are adjourned. It is 10:56.